Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, October 21st. So we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Groom.
Present.
Supervisor Horsley.
Present.
Supervisor Slocum. Supervisor Tissier. President Pine.
Here. Supervisor Tissier is stuck in traffic. She'll be here momentarily, but she asked us to begin. As normal, we begin the meeting with public comment. This is a chance for anyone to speak on an item that's not listed in the agenda or that is on the consent agenda, the county manager's report, or the board members' reports. So let's begin here. We'll start with Shelley Kessler, please.
Years ago, I worked at Sonoma State Hospital, part-time, taking care of physically and mentally challenged bed patients between the ages of 16 and 43. Spoon feeding, bathing, changing diapers, and dealing with seizures, trying the best I could to provide humanity in an inhumane setting. Allowing for cost of living adjustments, I made more per hour than our county home care workers do 40 years later. None of us will get out alive, and unless we are lucky enough to pass in our sleep, we may face our own daunting personal and end-of-life challenges. Some of you have provided this care to ones you love. Others at least know of people who have needed this support. My own mother passed on the 4th of July, and her caregiver was by her side when none of us children could be there. She had kept my mother alive through strokes and illnesses, and the people who do this work are not second-class citizens. Just like this woman who took care of my mother, they are community heroes who allow people the dignity of staying in their home environments and saving taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars that would otherwise be spent in institutional settings. These workers cannot and will not strike, but we're willing to take extreme measures today just to help you appreciate what it's like to struggle to survive. Having not a raise since 2004, 4,000 out of 5,000 workers not having health care, and in spite of providing health care to others, they themselves do not have that access. The transition to the state may be on the horizon, but county responsibilities will not end. Sacramento has not even begun to staff up to handle the new obligation, and it will likely be more than a year until the structure is established and the bugs have been worked out. Since San Mateo is the first county to enter this new phase, all eyes are upon us. It is up to the leadership here to create the best possible example of what this partnership should be. Since San Mateo is the first county, and because I've worked with all of you both in your current situations as well as the public service you provided beforehand, I know that each one of you have met challenges and solved problems, and this opportunity should be no exception. The counties on either side of us have stepped up to their leadership responsibilities by providing not only higher salaries but health care to their home care workers. I urge you not only to match but exceed those standards. One last thing. Our county provides and prides itself on innovation and community engagement. It's time to apply those values to the people who do this extraordinary work. Please have your negotiating team race to the top instead of driving to the bottom. Be the leaders who turn the tide to invest in the people who deserve far more than they have been given, and show that poverty should never be accepted as a way of life for anyone here. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Shelley Kessler. Is Tony York available to speak, followed by, I only have one name, Teaka? And each speaker is provided 2 minutes to speak.
Good morning. My name is Tanya York, and I'm here with my sister, Andrea Lucas, again from Santa Clara County. I stand here today representing the home care providers who could not be at this meeting because they literally work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Their clients require full-time care, and the providers are tremendously dedicated to this work. We cannot allow them to live in poverty. The home care program is saving American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. It will cost a minimum of $50,000 per year for each of our clients to live in a nursing home. The IHSS program costs a fraction of that, between $12,000 and $15,000 per client. The country is aging, and we don't have a plan. The senior population will more than double over the next 15 years. We provide for the elderly. We also provide for the disabled. We give back to this community by giving the most vulnerable comfort, care, and support during their time of need. The number of home care providers continues to grow. You or someone you know in the future will probably need care. We give members of this community dignity and respect, but we are getting disrespected. Home care workers can't afford to live within San Mateo County, and you are pushing them away. You are saying that our work isn't worth more than the low wages we are giving. You are saying that we are not worth health care or sick time. We believe in this community. It is better than that, but it's up to you to show you believe in us. We ask you to stop disrespecting home care workers. We ask you to provide us with a livable wage, enough hours, health care, training, and sick time. We ask that you do what is right by the disabled and elderly in this community. Be leaders and put the community first. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is Takia here? Again, it's Takiyyah. Otherwise, Faye Estrero.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Faye Estrero. I live in San Mateo County, and I'm one of the home care providers. And we do not get enough hours. We do not get enough pay. In one of the richest counties in the country, one with more than $300 million in surplus, you refuse to provide us with a livable wage. San Mateo County is recovering economically, but women and minorities are being left behind. As county workers, home care providers should be sharing in the county's economic prosperity. We are given poverty wages, and many of us qualify for public assistance because you have decided to devalue our work as home care providers. We give people the care, excellent supervision, loving, tender care, dedication, respect, and they have to live comfortably in their own home, homebound. We using wheelchairs, canes, and walkers. And they're surrounded with our love and support and dedication. Yet our hours and wages have caused many of us to lose our homes, and I'm one of them, and live uncomfortably and struggle. The cost of one-bedroom apartment is more than we bring home each month. We work too many days and too many hours. I work 7 days a week for one lady, authorized by the social worker, case manager, by the county. I don't get paid overtime. I have no weekends. And please, $11.50 an hour is not enough. How can you expect the home care providers to survive in this county? Thank you.
Thank you for coming and your comments. Is there anyone else from SEIU that would like to speak? Go ahead, if you please tell your name and fill out an orange card afterwards. If you would do that, please.
Good morning. My name is Esther Rodriguez, And in addition to wages, hours, and healthcare, this is about the women in our field. Home care workers are predominantly women, most of whom are minorities. The economic recovery in San Mateo County is leaving women and minorities behind. 1 in 5 single moms in this county lives in poverty. And you, the Board of Supervisors, continuously say that a workforce dominated by women and minorities is not worthwhile. We are worthwhile women, and minorities deserve better. I provide for my brother who suffers from severe autism and a mental disability. I do my best to ensure he has a good quality of life. My job isn't easy, but we are family and I do this out of love. But I'm struggling. I have difficulty providing for myself and trouble ensuring my brother has what he needs. I would not want anyone else looking after him. As a woman, home care provider, and new small business owner, everything I do is about uplifting those around me. It's time for you to lift up home care workers and stand with us to build stronger women and stronger community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, any other cards from SCIU? You seem to, there's some orange cards back there. I guess seeing none. Is there anyone from SCIU who wants to speak? You seem to have some orange cards in the back. No. Okay. Well, we appreciate you coming today. We are discussing the contract in our closed session later today, and we appreciate what you're saying, and we will again be discussing that this afternoon. So again, thank you. All right, we'll go to our next speaker. Public comment. And let's I'll ask Marty Fox to for your 2 minutes, Marty.
My fellow veteran Supervisor Slocum and Mr. Maltby, and County Council Mr. Byers. Thank you for your service to the county. Please vote to implement Laura's Law now. Family members are often the first to spot the warning signs of a loved one's impending mental health crisis, according to the Gun Violence Restraining Order Law's author. Laura's Law is an effective, efficient, and humane hospitalization and incarceration recidivism reduction solution to the problem of untreated mental illness in persons that are so ill they do not believe they are sick, according to the United States Department of Justice. It has already been adopted by San Francisco, Orange County, Los Angeles County, Placer County, Yolo County, and Nevada County. They have over 14 million people. The immoral and inhumane policies and procedures that this county's health system uses to place persons living with mental illness who do not believe they are sick at risk of serious injury or death do not just present a clear and present danger to them, they are also evidence of a policy of deliberate indifference to the health and safety of their family members, the community, and our protectors, making a complex system of mental health care that already includes PrEP, FAST, and SMART teams even more complex by introducing a $91,000 psychiatric emergency response team, makes deadly failures like the ones that killed Yanira Serrano, Errol Chang, Robert Cano, and Edgar Aristando even more likely. The good intentions of voluntary treatment-only policies plant the kind of roadside bombs that are already going off in the medical center's psychiatric emergency room and psychiatric inpatient ward. Please start to make San Mateo County's mental health treatment policies and procedures more effective, efficient, and humane by voting to implement Laura's Law and start to bring an end to the repeated failures of a health system that has enabled the shooting deaths of 4 of the last 6 persons involved in fatal confrontations with armed law enforcement. Thank you.
Therese Dyer, please.
Good morning, County Supervisors and staff. This morning, I'd like to speak on domestic violence, and I hope to uplift women not only in their wages, but to fight back. It not only happens in the NFL, entertainment, and the military, it happens in San Mateo County as well as in third world countries. Domestic violence is not only physical, sexual, emotional, it is also financial. And I was a victim of the San Mateo County Family Court Service regarding my finances. The articles in the newspaper prove that the San Mateo County is one of the biggest perpetrators. In my case, I was financially abused by 3 lawyers. One who lives in Half Moon Bay that called me a witch and asked me where my broom was, and the other one lived in Hillsborough that threatened me with malicious prosecution. And the third one owed $65,000 on his home, and that was the same amount of money I had to save my own home. I had to, so how come that the pro tem judge, which was a female, was threatened also? So the assets that were found in the court file that I did not receive, whose campaign did I contribute to? And I am running for Pacifica City Council, and I want not only the women's vote, but I want the people's vote. Thank you.
Okay, and our Roger Medler is also submitted a card.
Hi, good morning. Anyway, everyone seems to be having the same problem with the Board of Supervisors here. We need some help, you know. I mean, you need to step up to the plate. That's what you're here for. So I went to file a complaint with this Attorney General here, and they said I needed to go to the police and file a report with them, and then the city attorney, and then I did that, and I gave them all the documents. So, and then you go to this Attorney General. I'm just telling this to the audience. And then they wrote back that, hey, you know what, you need to go to the police, you need to go to the city attorney and the Attorney General. I said, well, that's what I gave you the documents for. But anyway, I just thought I'd tell you that. So I wrote to Wagstaff, and I haven't responded, gotten a return from Mr. Wagstaff. So I was just wondering why implement an ordinance to investigate elected officials and not enforce it. And I'm asking you to investigate Wagstaff. And let's not forget Andy Lopez, Earl Chang, and Yarna Serrano Garcia. Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes our public comment. Unless I'm missing anyone? All right, seeing no other speakers for public comment, we can move to setting the agenda and approving the consent items. I have a couple things to note here. I'd like to suggest that we move item 11 concerning the NOVA contract to consent. Apparently that was where it was intended to reside, and so I would recommend that. And I would like to ask a couple questions about 35, which is the contract with physicians for the medical center. So I don't know if anyone else has any questions or
I would,
recommendations.
Mr. President, I'd like to abstain on item 30.
Okay,
With those changes, I'll move to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda.
okay, motion moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. All right, actually, I did one question I forgot to ask for Mr. Malpe. I believe Scott Morrow will be speaking briefly about Ebola. Will he do that at your county manager's report? Okay. Unless the board wants to take that early. Any preference of the board? Okay, well, why don't you go ahead, and that way you can be done. Actually, I'll ask you to wait just a moment. We'll do the presentations and awards as we typically do, and then we'll hear from Dr. Morrow, if that's amenable to the board. Our first presentation today is a resolution honoring Abbott Middle School. Supervisor Groom.
Thanks, Mr. President. I'm really excited today to be able to wish and announce that this is the Abbott Middle School of San Mateo's 60th anniversary. They opened November 10th, 1954. In 1989, Abbott received the Distinguished School Award. Miss Patricia Staller served as the school's principal from 1994 to 2000. She became the first principal of Abbott School. In 2001, the Library and Media Center opened, and dedication was held enhancing literary and technology resources for all the kids that go there. It's implemented the No Bully program, which we are part of in Respect 24/7. It now is called the Campus Climate Committee and engages staff, teachers, students, and parents. In 2014, Abbott was awarded the Kent Award, one of the most prestigious school honoring schools in the state of California. It's also one of the only schools in the district to have 100% participation in Parent-Teacher Association by the teachers and the staff, demonstrating the dedication of the teachers to work with parents and working with children, especially under its current principal, Mrs. Kathy Ennin. So now I'm really pleased to present this resolution to Kathy Ennin, the principal, and a very proud mom, Marie Ivich.
I'll second that motion.
Come on up, guys. Well,
Motion
thank you.
made Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
To the Board of Supervisors and staff and those present, thank you for recognizing and acknowledging the very important work we do every day in the public school system. It has been my joy and my pleasure to have been the principal at Abbott going on 15 years, 31 years in education, and I still love it as if it were my first day. Thank you again.
Thank you and congratulations.
On behalf of the parents at Abbott, I want to thank you as well.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Groom. Our next item, I'll defer to Supervisor Slocum to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning, I'm very excited that it's our quarterly poetry reading by our San Mateo County Poet Laureate, Carolyn Goodwin. And she today is going to read us a poem, a place-based poem, I think, about her hometown, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me. Sitka, Alaska. So while it's not about San Mateo County, it is a beautiful poem. I've read it. And Carolyn, do you want to go to the podium and read the poem, and then
Thank you so much, and thanks to everyone this morning for making room for poetry in San Mateo County. I'm really happy to report that the Poetry Is campaign received over 150 poems. There was a competition that just closed, and poets from 27 cities and towns in San Mateo County sent in their work. We're going to have a big celebration on October 30th at the Belmont Library with California Poet Laureate Emeritus Al Young is going to come and celebrate with us with some of the winning poems, many of whom are very young people. So thank you for everyone for supporting that and making room for the younger poets in San Mateo County to express themselves. And this poem is based in Sitka, Alaska, and it is a list poem, and I hope you enjoy it. It's called Backstreet. Bush poppy, tower of jewels, hatchling in the leaves, in the old shed, my shears and blades, your cedar canoe. How quickly you walked up the hill, your mother's stovetop and sourdough, beads and hanks in the greenish glass, your children at the tide line building castles for the crabs, purple shore, afterlight, dog rose blinking pink along the highway, fish skin, hook song, halibut eye, silver scales coating our arms, silver sky drawn tight over the village. Man with dog, man with hair to his waist, the ocean hunched along the street, tipping and spilling. My cedar root basket, painted house, and the air filled with salt, crab pots and rope, the sidewalk moss, and the new cedar handmade casket, your plastic rose, goat hair, and leather. I miss you. I've seen your face amongst the grasses at the back of the house. Thimbleberry and wild carrot, blue painted pottery shard I glue to a metal pin and wear against my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Yes, thank you very much. I am eager to go to Alaska someday. Our final, no, it's not our final, but our next presentation, again, is Warren Slocum.
Well, as you know, October is Arts and Humanities Month around the country. And lest I forget, first off, I'd like to make a motion that we designate October as Arts and Humanities Month in San Mateo County.
Second. Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
So here in San Mateo County, as you all know, we have a poetry and literacy arts celebration through Carolyn's program called Poetry Is. And she described a little bit about that earlier, but let me go into some more detail. As she mentioned, there were 158, that's 158 theme-based poems that were submitted for judging. And 45 of those entries were from kids 12 and under. The youngest person is a winner, and she's just 9 years old, and that's pretty amazing. 41 entries were from teens, and 72 entries were from folks 18 years and older. And the winners have been notified and will read their poetry at the Poetry Is celebration at the Belmont Library, right? On Thursday, October 30th, starting at 6:30. It should be a very special evening, and I know Carolyn's very excited about it. Obviously, the winners are all excited about it. And so they're going to read their poems, and as Carolyn mentioned, we're going to be joined by the California Poet Laureate, the East Palo Alto Poet Laureate, and the Pacifica Poet Laureate. So mark your calendars. It should be a special evening of poetry in Belmont. And Carolyn, just on a personal note, thank you very much for your leadership as Poet Laureate. I know you travel all over the county, and you do it all on your own nickel. And everything that you do is appreciated. And we look forward to the big party later in the month. So with that, why don't you come down and I'll present you with yet another proclamation for your wall.
Thank you, Supervisor Slocum, and for your continued emphasis on the arts. The next item I am excited to bring forward is a resolution honoring Leanne Thornton. Leanne, I first met Leanne in the San Mateo, Foster City, Hillsborough, Burlingame leadership class back in 2003, and I've gotten to know her a little bit because she's a full-time civilian employee with the Hillsborough Police Department. But we are honoring her today because she has been recognized as the 2014 Volunteer of the Year by the United States Service Organization, known as USO, for the entire continental U.S. So it's a significant recognition, given that USO is a big organization and active throughout the entire country. So to be recognized as the Volunteer of the Year is quite an accomplishment. So Leanne has been active in many ways with the USO. She supported the families of the fallen, the Welcome Home program. She assists military units when they travel here through SFO. She represents USO at numerous events and functions throughout Northern California. She has recruited and trained volunteers to assist the USO, and has been just fundamental to the operation of the USO Center in San Francisco Airport. You know, I think living in the Bay Area, sometimes we can be really far away from the armed services and conflicts in parts of the world. You know, we're not a big military area, and to have someone like Leanne Thornton, at the airport helping these soldiers and military personnel is really great testament to her, and it's a great service on behalf of our whole community. So I'm really happy to present this resolution. I'll make a motion to support of this resolution.
Second.
A motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, so Leanne, we love to present this to you.
Good morning. President Pine and Supervisors Groom, Horsley, Slocum, and Tissier. On any given day, I am called to coordinate a troop homecoming, assist a wounded warrior in his travels, celebrate World War II veterans traveling with the honor flight, manage dozens of military stranded overnight with food and a place to rest, attend events throughout Northern California supporting military and their families, and give comfort to families navigating San Francisco International Airport on the most tragic days of their lives. It is an honor to do so. My thanks to you for recognizing the USO, an organization established more than 73 years ago that supports and lifts the spirits of our military and their families. I am one of more than 29,000 volunteers who assist at 160 centers worldwide, extending acts of kindness every single day to those who serve and sacrifice. I am proud of the work we do and inspired by the 1% who have volunteered to wear the uniform, risking their lives every day in great acts of courage, bravery, and heroism. We owe these patriots a profound debt of gratitude. They represent America at its best. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for acknowledging my recognition as 2014 USO Volunteer of the Year, United States, and to the USO organization and its volunteers. Please keep in your thoughts and prayers the countless active duty, veterans, wounded, fallen, and their families for their commitment and devotion to our great country. Thank you. I want to also introduce three people who are here with me today, and that is my son, Nicholas Thornton. Bay Area USO Director, Jeff Herndon. And Hillsborough Council Member, Marie Chuang. Thank you.
Being the #1 volunteer amongst 29,000 individuals is incredible. And I know, serving our veterans is an issue that our county will be focusing on. We're having, in fact, a summit. The date it's very soon, in November. So, Leanne, I'll make sure you're aware of that day. We'd welcome you to attend and, say a few words if you'd like. But we're very, very proud of you, and you've touched a lot of people's lives. Thank you.
Thanks for your service to, long service to law enforcement community as well.
Okay, and we'll now move to a proclamation concerning the Devil's Slide Trail. Supervisor Horsley.
Well, it's my pleasure to talk about the Devil's Slide Trail Park, and I'll first make a motion to approve a proclamation officially naming the Ollie Mayer Vista Point at Devil's Slide Trail Park.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye. This Devil's Slide, the tunnels and the trail, a lot of people claim credit for this, a lot of politicians, a whole lot of people, because it's been so successful. Mm-hmm. But I'm here to tell you that the real person that was really behind this was Ollie Mayer. She had this, I guess, a view of and an idea sometime back. It's when the state first proposed to have a bypass. She just, it was her vision that we could do something better, that the state could do something better, and so she pushed that. And as a consequence, we have a tunnel that's it's really kind of it's a remarkable achievement, both engineering-wise as well as the fact that it actually provides people with a safe and reliable transportation over to the coast. But we were able to, at the same time, to use the old Devil's Slide Road as a trail and a park, and it actually has won some awards. So I know that Marlene Findley and Jim Porter received an award for it was one of the best public works projects. And it is extremely popular. We estimate that it's going to have about 80,000 people visit it a year. But it wasn't always going to be. It was going to be a bypass, which would have meant a whole lot of construction. It would have meant a lot of destruction of really pristine parts of San Mateo County. Probably would have ended up with a whole lot of development that I think we really don't want on that particular part of the coast. But let me tell you a bit about Ollie, because she is such a remarkable person. And this actually comes from a newspaper article that I picked up. It starts off by saying, if you ever hiked the trail on San Mateo County coast, chances are you've benefited in some way from the work of Ollie Mayer. Mayer fought timber companies to preserve redwood groves, helped found Pescadero Creek County Park, mentored scores of budding environmentalists during decades as an activist with the Sierra Club and other organizations. She was a tenacious protector of the natural resources of the coast. She died on March 20th, 2013, at the age of 94, 5 days before the opening of the Devil's Slide Tunnel on March 25th, 2013. So she knew it was being built, but unfortunately wasn't able to be there. Olive Hendricks grew up in New Jersey and New York before attending Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania, where she was one of the first women to graduate with an engineering degree. It was there that she discovered her love of the outdoors. She met her husband, Henry Mayer, while on a solo exploration of the Rocky Mountains in 1941. Wow. Henry first saw Ollie when she strolled into a lodge on a rainy day in Estes Park in Colorado. Undeterred by the weather, she declared with a smile, "I want to go on a hike." And he instantly fell in love with her. The couple married and moved to the west, settled in Woodside. Henry Mayer became a prominent physician, helping to found Sequoia Hospital in Redwood City. Ollie Mayer started her own machine shop and then founded a science education company that produced hands-on kits for schools. She eventually sold the business, turning her full attention to environmental causes in the late 1960s. I guarantee you she was not always popular with those fights. She started fighting more than 40 years ago to prevent Caltrans from building a freeway to bypass Devil's Slide, and she promoted the tunnel instead. Caltrans finally opened the Devil's Slide on Tuesday, just days after her passing. She was a visionary and persistent, recalled Lenny Roberts, who's here today, and she worked with Ollie on the Devil's Slide campaign beginning in the early 1970s. In any case, as those of us who were in the county at the time remember, the Board of Supervisors at the time was Ruben Barales, Ted Lempert, Mike Nevin, Mary Griffin, and I think Tom Ewing as well. And eventually they came around and they supported the idea of the tunnel. Actually, both Warren's predecessor and my predecessor were the first two to come around to the view that a tunnel was a better alternative. In any case, here today to accept the proclamation is Brad O'Brien. I don't know if Judy is here, but I see Lenny Roberts is here, as well as Julia Bott. Unfortunately, Zoe Kirsten Tucker couldn't be here. She was in a minor accident today and she's okay, so she'd be fine. But so I would ask all three of you to come up and accept this proclamation.
I'm Ollie Mayer's son-in-law. I met her in 1968 when her work to protect the San Mateo County coast was starting, and it was a 45-year struggle, and the tunnel represents one of her great successes. She wasn't always successful, but she was a great believer, among other things, a great believer in participatory democracy. One of her heroes was Eleanor Roosevelt. So she believed that anybody who comes forward to participate in our government is a hero. And of course, she's one of my heroes. So you do very important work and I'm very happy that you recognized her today. Thank you.
Thanks, Brad. Thank you. I believe Lenny and Julia both would like to say a few words.
Good morning, I'm Lenny Roberts, speaking for Committee for Green Foothills. It's hard to say just a few words about Ollie. And I think I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors and especially Supervisor Horsley and your staff for your leadership in making this happen. Parks Commission, which voted also to approve it. Ollie, I think it's so fitting that a Vista Point be named for Ollie because she was such a visionary and she was so far ahead of her time when it came to understanding and appreciating nature and the threats that we had in the 60s and 70s. She never stopped fighting for what she thought was going to, be a problem, both to the environment and society as well. She was also a very progressive social person as well. So one thing I'd love to highlight is the fact that she established hiking groups within the Sierra Club for housewives in the 70s, and she got permission from private property owners to take hikes through Skyline and the coast side. And so she really opened up vistas to people who didn't know what we had in San Mateo County, our amazing natural resources. And I think many of the lands today that Ollie introduced people to and who hiked those trails that were the first part of the Mercury obituary have now been protected either through Mid-Peninsula Open Space, Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, through the work of Post and also the work of San Mateo County Parks. The last thing is that she brought the hiker's hut that's in San McDonald County Park was due to Ollie's bringing this, paying for it and bringing it here from, I think it was from Finland? Denmark, and the workers to put it together. And I think it was $8,000 that she paid to bring this hut to county parks. And for many years, it was called the Ollie Mayer Hiker's Hut. I'm not sure the name is still on it through the Parks Department, but whenever I think about that's a very tangible. She also had a vision of having a series of hikers' huts so that people could hike from hut to hut as they do in Europe. That we could do that also in San Mateo County. So that was just one of her great visions that came to pass. So thank you very much for honoring her today.
Thank you, Lenny.
President Pine, members of the board, Julia Bott. And I want to personally thank you also for this recognition. Ollie was a mentor and a friend. Ollie is the reason that I got engaged in environmental activities in San Mateo County. And everybody has spoken about the fact that she was always a fighter and she is very determined, but she also never lost sight of the wonder and the awe and the beauty that nature brings us, whether it's personal or whether it's for its habitat values. And she always instilled that in people. And I think when people go out and Devil's Slide, that's what they're going to feel, awe and wonder at the beauty. So thank you. And then on behalf of the Parks Foundation, I also thank you, and anything that we can do to assist with this, we would be pleased to do so.
Can I just
Thank you,
make
Julia.
one more comment? Is that when we looked at, we wanted to do something to recognize Ollie Mayer's leadership. She actually preceded things like Post and Mid-Peninsula Open Space. So if it wasn't for, a single-minded woman like her, with her, a really powerful woman, the whole coast could be a lot different. It could be dramatically different than it is today. So she really, she forged the way. And so we looked at that. We didn't want to change the name of Devil's Slide Park because it is kind of an iconic name. We thought she was a visionary. And so that's why we picked the Vista Point, because it is really that point where you see the ocean and the geology of the mountain and the birds. And it's really, I think it's a fitting place to name after Ollie Mayer for her leadership for San Mateo County.
Thank you, Supervisor Horsley, and for everyone who spoke today. It's an incredible trail, an incredible vista, and the perfect thing to do.
Yeah. There you go. A little applause for that.
Okay, I would suggest at this point we attend to two matters which will be relatively brief. If Scott Morrow could speak on, provide your comments now on Ebola, and then after that, I just had a couple of questions about one item for, and we can take that.
Warren, thank you for that poem. It was very peaceful. I like peaceful things. We need more peaceful things. I'm Scott Morrow. I'm the County Health Officer. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today about Ebola and some of the efforts to prepare for a suspected case in San Mateo County. I know that all of you have received many questions from the public, and I hope today to provide you with some answers and some information that will help assure our residents that the county is becoming more and more prepared to prevent and stop the spread of Ebola should there be a case here. What is happening in West Africa is terrifying. And I know that a lot of people here are frightened, but I think it's really important to understand that the U.S. and San Mateo County are not West Africa. And while it is likely that Ebola will last a very long time and we may get some imported cases here, I do not think anything like what is happening in West Africa will happen here. With that said, it's still important for the county to prepare. County hospitals, labs, first responders, SFO, the Office of Emergency Services, and other agencies are working together to ensure that a highly coordinated response is in place and ready to be put into operation if needed. I have a handout to leave with you all, which summarizes my discussion today and will provide you some basic information. We have a public website. I encourage everyone to go to it. It is smchealth.org. That's San Mateo County Health, smchealth.org /Ebola. With the latest information on our Ebola preparation efforts, the website is the best source for you, county staff, and the public to access the most recent updates and guidelines. We also have sector-specific websites with Ebola information and resources for our healthcare providers and emergency medical services. In the same way that San Mateo County monitors and works to prevent any major infectious disease, we look to guidance from the Federal Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, and the State Department of Public Health on how to manage suspected Ebola cases and respond if a diagnosis is confirmed. It's really important for you all to realize that we do this work, that the work that we do, we already do the work it would take to control Ebola on a daily basis for a host of communicable diseases, and while almost all of this work is invisible to the public, we have an excellent and technically competent staff here who do this work every day, and I have every confidence in them. Before I delve into our recent efforts, I want to reiterate, while it's good for the public to stay informed about Ebola, our residents do not need to change anything in their day-to-day lives. I want to repeat that. Our residents do not need to change anything in their day-to-day lives. There is no current risk of Ebola to San Mateo County residents. In fact, one of the biggest infectious disease risks that I know of is happening right now, and that's the flu. And the best way the public can help is by keeping themselves healthy as possible in the flu season, and that means getting a flu shot. I'll now briefly review our preparedness efforts at SFO, hospitals, and emergency medical services and labs. I'll start with SFO. The airport is taking precautions to prevent new cases from entering our county. The CDC has ranked all airports across the U.S. and implemented new screening protocols at the top 5 airports that receive 94% of all air traffic from West Africa. SFO does not receive a high number of passengers from West African countries. About 1 passenger per day passes through SFO, and it is not at high risk for passengers suspected of Ebola. Therefore, SFO is not currently scheduled to implement these additional screening methods. With that said, I would like to see additional screening at SFO. However, SFO has protocols that are in place and have been tested in the past to respond to major infectious diseases that pose a risk to public health. We are modifying those and testing them for Ebola. There is a CDC quarantine station at SFO. The health system is in daily communication with the staff there and receives reports of any public health issues pertaining to the airport and seaport arrivals. The hospitals in the county. The health system is working with every hospital in the county and has confirmed that screening protocols for suspected Ebola cases are now in place at all emergency departments. Each hospital in the county has an infection control officer who has been working to implement protocols for infection prevention based on CDC guidelines for evaluating and preventing a suspected case. Hospitals have also all received instructions on how to put on and take off personal protective equipment and use CDC-recommended cleaning solutions and environmental control procedures. Hospitals are scheduling their own training and drills based on these protocols. While we agree with the CDC that every hospital needs to be able to receive and provide preliminary care for an Ebola patient, Bay Area health officers are working with the state to establish a regional system of referral hospitals with the highest level of expertise in longer-term treatment for Ebola patients. First responders. The county's Emergency Medical Services Agency has implemented screening protocols from EMS providers to provide risk factors and symptoms, prevent exposure, and inform the receiving hospitals of a suspected Ebola case. This coordinated effort includes fire, police, 911 dispatch, and ambulance transport. We do have more work to do with our law enforcement colleagues who have some questions that we cannot adequately answer right now, but we are working on getting those answers to them. County labs. Lastly, our county public health lab is ready to play a key role in getting a suspected specimen from a case to the CDC lab and the state public health lab. The health system has confirmed which hospital labs have capacities to handle the packaging of Ebola specimens as they are classified as Class A specimens and require special handling. Our public health lab will provide an employee certified in this type of packaging to help any hospital lacking capacity to do this packaging. In closing, while the risk of Ebola outbreak is very low in San Mateo County, I hope this helps shed some light on how our county is taking precautions for Ebola very seriously. I will leave you with this handout with more information and close my remarks by reminding everyone today to visit our website, smchealth.org/Ebola, where you can find the latest information on how San Mateo County is preparing to respond to a potential Ebola case. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had one question and a comment. You mentioned only one passenger a day from West Africa, but I assume that some of those passengers, they're all coming from another airport in the U.S. typically, or quite a few of them. I would assume they come through New York, or because if they go through one of the 5 designated airports, are they tested at those airports? I know they're not tested at our airport.
So most of them will probably come directly from Europe.
Okay, and so, do you know off the top of your head if Europe is doing any testing of, if you departed a plane from West Africa that landed in Europe, are you tested there?
It is not clear what Europe is doing.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you for the report, and, I think to the county manager, the more we can kind of get the word out that we have this website for people to access. I mean, this is, while I 100% agree with Dr. Morrow that, San Mateo County is far away from the crisis right now, nonetheless, it's on everyone's mind. And, the more we can kind of get that website out to the public, I think that would be very helpful. Maybe, a press release, or certainly through our social media efforts.
Mr. President, we will do that. And to underscore one of the points that Dr. Morrow made regarding public health, it also applies to emergency services. What we're really talking about is infrastructure. When an emergency happens, it's too late to build infrastructure. You have to have infrastructure in place to build on during an emergency. And I think one of the things that I give great credit to our public health department, Dr. Morrow, and to the emergency services office, is that we have a robust emergency services and public health department. And so should an incident occur, I think that we will respond accordingly.
Thank you.
Mr. President, can I ask
Yes.
a question? Dr. Morrow, thank you for the presentation. I'm just wondering, thank you for the flyer. I'm wondering, does your office or the health system translate this document into Spanish and other languages? And website translations also, are they available? Working on it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, I had a question or two about item 35. I could ask Lise Rogers just to take a moment. So this is our agreement with the San Mateo Multi-Specialty Physicians. It's a $13 million contract over a 3-year period. So I guess we've been working with this group since 1975, and
That's right, Supervisor.
is this one of those kind of the only choice situations, or it's just a long time to have a range? Is there any competitors or?
I don't actually have a good answer for you on that. If you'd like, before the end of the meeting this morning, I could learn more from the staff regarding the competition in this arena. And I can answer other questions about the agreement, I think.
You can get back to me later today.
Okay.
And the agreement emphasizes, or the memo emphasizes, that we're going to you have these performance metrics that as to productivity.
Right.
And I'd like to hear a little bit more about those.
Okay. I believe that's viewed as one of the great improvements in the agreement. The other significant change is removing the hospitalists from the agreement.
Yeah.
In the performance metrics include a whole range, and some of them are tied to literally timeliness of the provider to the clinic, timeliness of completion of documentation that's necessary for good clinical care, but also for billing, patient satisfaction, hitting a certain bar. We measure patient satisfaction using a standardized national survey called Prescaney. Development of clinical guidelines in collaboration with the hospital leadership, but establishing more clinical guidelines for treatment. And then a certain number that are basically related to collaboration with the medical center leadership.
And on the hospitalists, I guess we're changing course there.
Yes, on the hospitalists, they are essentially carved out of this agreement, and then commencing December 1, they're going to be handled through a new group called Sound Physicians.
And what was the motivation to kind of separate them? My impression is that this firm provided it in the past.
I don't know, so I could look into that as well for you and get back to you.
All right, well, I appreciate that. You know, it's a substantial commitment, so just wanted to hear a little bit more about it.
I think the hospital leadership are feeling like it's going to be going in a good direction with strengthened accountability in the agreement.
Great. Okay, I will move approval. Second. Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Our next item concerns North Fair Oaks Community Council, or North Middlefield Road redesign.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's a true statement that you all know that work in North Fair Oaks and community plans have been going on for a long time. I think it's true that the first community plan for North Fair Oaks was done in 1979. And I would be remiss if I didn't recognize and thank Supervisor Rose Jacobs Gibson for her work. My predecessor had a vision, and she worked hard to achieve that vision on behalf of the residents of North Fair Oaks. And you know, as a new supervisor coming in, it was pretty easy, frankly, for me, because of all the work that she and you all had done on the North Fair Oaks Community Plan. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Supervisor Rose Jacobs Gibson. I'm not sure if she's at home listening to the streaming media of this meeting, but Rose, if you're listening, thank you. Hashtag we're all grateful. The revitalization of North Fair Oaks and the execution of the community plan obviously has been one of my top priorities, and my staff and I have spent and will continue to spend a great deal of time working for the people of that neighborhood. Some 18,000 people, as you know, live there. And the most recent topic that we've been dealing with for quite some time now, frankly, and you all have had briefings on it, is the possible reconfiguration of Middlefield Road. And one of the things I think that was really important in all that, as I traveled around the community and had office hours every Wednesday night during that first year, was that many people that I talked to claimed that they hadn't heard of the North Fair Oaks Community Plan. And despite the fact that there was a lot of work and investment in getting that word out. But it was vitally important to me that we establish some kind of an outreach effort to bring in more voices to the process, to hear what residents and business folks thought about the Middlefield Road redesign project. And I want to thank the board and the county manager, and especially Peggy Jensen, for her leadership on this issue. A team was actually created, but not just a team. I think it was a team that, for whatever reason, came together that really shared the passion and the vision of this project. And I know that each and every one of them put their heart and souls into the outreach efforts that were undertaken during the past year. So let me just recognize them now, if I could. The North Fair Oaks Forward team, I've mentioned obviously Peggy Jensen, but first Ellie Dolman. Thank you, Ellie. And next, Ashley Quintana. I'm not sure if Lilia Ledesma is here. There she is. Thank you, Lilia. And of course, the leadership of Pat Brown. We would have never gotten this far had it not been for you. So thank you, Pat. And also just want to recognize the chair of the North Fair Oaks Community Council, and later on I'll ask her to come up and say a few words, but it was Linda Lopez. She's the chair of the North Fair Oaks Community Council. Thank you. So as you know, in the summary that was provided a couple of months ago, there were some 2,000 residents that were surveyed. We had community meetings with business owners. It was kind of interesting in some of those meetings. The first meeting we had with the business owners, sort of the retail folks sat on one side of the room and the automobile people sat on the other side of the room. And there wasn't a lot of dialogue at that first meeting, but we learned from there and went on and had numerous, really productive, I think, community conversations. And one of the things that excited me about all that was just giving people the power to come to these conversations and express their opinions. And I really believe, and the outreach team probably believes the same thing, that we really gave voice to a great number of people who previously had never engaged in the process of a community conversation. So the long and short of it all is through those 2,000 surveys and all the community meetings we did, the outreach team continued to plug along. And just the other day, you know that we did the little parklet conversion on Middlefield Road, where we took 2 parking places and brought in trees and created this little park on Middlefield Road. And they have done a number of really creative things. The website, I just think, is awesome. And I can't thank them enough on behalf of the people of North Fair Oaks. So, and they did it all in Spanish as well as English, by the way. So, as you know, there was no real consensus around the question of keeping Middlefield Road at 4 lanes or creating 3 lanes. And I always had a firm belief in the health department's work on creating walkable streets and a healthier community. And that guided a lot of my thinking on this issue. But I did keep an open mind and did go to a lot of community meetings and continued to think about the pros and cons of 4 lanes versus 3 lanes. But what the people wanted, and it was clear, they were very clear, they wanted a safer neighborhood. They wanted safe crossings on Middlefield Road. They wanted a neighborhood that was had some trees and some benches and was walkable. Bike lanes were a big part of the conversation. And so while there was an agreement on 4 lanes versus 3 lanes, there was total agreement on a safer community, a more beautiful community, and really making the Middlefield Road area as a destination place, whether for shopping or for recreation. So the matter, as you know, then went, after all this work, over a year's worth of work, to the North Fair Oaks Community Council. And I know for a fact that the Community Council, when this first came, they were torn with the issue because there are very good pros and very good cons of each of the alternatives. And they asked some really good questions, and I think I'm very proud of the fact that they were very patient with everybody, asked really good questions, asked people to come back, and in fact have asked for additional studies to take place around signalization and traffic and other concerns that they had. But in the end, after talking to the Sheriff's Office and the CHP and CAL FIRE, the Community Council voted unanimously for the 3-lane option for Middlefield Road. And it was, I think, a very historic moment because for all of those council members, it was really a chance to make history and make a significant difference in the future of that community. And so all of them should take great pride in the way they deliberated and the work that they put into this issue. So let me just thank publicly, once again, Linda Lopez, the chair of the council, Rafael Avidano, Beatriz C. Rio, Dale Miller, John Schott, and Laura Camplin for all the work that they put in on this Middlefield Road project. And I would invite Linda, there she is, to come to the podium and share a few remarks with the board.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Supervisor Slocum. Thank you. My name is Linda Lopez, and I am the current chairwoman for the North Fair Oaks Community Council. And it is an honor to be here today to present it was a unanimous vote to present the recommendation from the North Fair Oaks Community Council. Developing the recommendation was truly a long process that, in my mind, started back in 1976 with the original North Fair Oaks Council, and then that has evolved into a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort, but with the one vision to redevelop, to improve North Fair Oaks for the community, for its residents, and for the people who work there, and for the people who visit there. And before I actually get into the recommendation, I truly do want to also thank Supervisor Warren Slocum. Special thanks to his staff, Irving Torres, and special thanks to Peggy Jensen, and also the North Fair Oaks Forward team. What a job to initiate and motivate and promote that community participation. And it could not have happened without that outreach piece that was truly significant and critical to the success of not only getting people to meetings, but getting people to have that mindset that they could participate in this type of process, local community government. And I think we started something, and it's going to just grow and build from that process. And it's very exciting. I would also, well, you did actually name the North Fair Oaks team individually, but I too will thank Pat Brown, Lilia Ledesma, Ellie Dahlman, and Ashley Quintana for a very exuberant, very active part in this process. I would like to present the recommendation. The North Fair Oaks Community Council recommends that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to develop a preliminary design for the reconstruction of Middlefield Road between 5th and Pacific Avenues that include the following elements: 3 traffic lanes, bike lanes, sidewalks wide enough to accommodate street amenities, including benches, seating, greenery, street and pedestrian lighting, trash and recycling receptacles, street art, and public space. Parallel parking is also one of those elements. The North Fair Oaks Community Council also requests that concurrently with the development of the draft design, that 3 additional reports be prepared. And Supervisor Slocum spoke to that. A signalization and traffic management plan for the project area, parking solutions, and a local business sustainability plan. And the North Fair Oaks Community Council would like to review and comment on preliminary design and the initial draft of all 3 additional reports prior to the finalization of the documents. I want to make one special note on the business sustainability plan. Throughout the process that started even when the plan was being first looked at and collaborated on, there was there were always many comments, and it's a fear of gentrification, that if we develop North Fair Oaks, specifically Middlefield Road, will that be pushing out the business owners, the local businesses? And a lot of the businesses on Middlefield are also combined multi-use business with residential. And so it was key that that piece be put in this as a way to look at it, stay on top of it, and protect the local businesses. So that's on the business sustainability plan. And that is the recommendation from the North Fair Oaks Council. And I thank you very much for your time today. And if you have any other questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Are there any questions? I'm
Are
sorry.
there any questions? No?
No.
Okay,
But before
thanks.
I make a motion, perhaps Peggy Jensen could come and just briefly share some next steps and future work that will occur.
And we'll also have one member of the public who'd like to speak.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Slocum. As you stated, my name is Peggy Jensen. I'm Deputy County Manager, and I'm pleased to be working with all of the staff in the county that will be preparing these next steps, these next plans for the implementation of the Middlefield Road. As you can well imagine, the traffic and signalization study relates very closely with the parking study, the parking strategy, and it also relates very closely to the business sustainability plan. We have 3 different departments that are taking the leads on those projects. The parking and traffic, or the traffic and signalization study will be led by our Public Works Department, by Director Jim Porter. They are in the process of developing the request for proposals for a consultant to prepare that report. The parking study, actually a parking strategy report, was prepared by a consultant last August of 2013. Steve Monowitz and his staff in planning and building have been working with a community work group on parking, developing a parking strategy. That work group has combined with the zoning work group, and because zoning and parking are 2 very closely related activities. The work of the parking and zoning work group will be coordinated with the work on the traffic and signalization study that Mr. Porter and his team are doing. And finally, Frida Manuel, our real property manager, who's also working on economic development issues, has developed actually a first draft of the business sustainability plan. That, of course, has to be coordinated with the parking and the traffic signalizations, so we will all be working together. And hopefully, after actually the contract is let for the traffic study, we'll be developing a work plan with the consultant and bring a timeline back to your board. So at this point, I'd be happy to answer any other questions you have.
Thank you.
Thank
you. We have another slip as well. I'd like to call Emma Schleis from the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition.
Hi, my name is Emma Schleis. I'm the policy manager at the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, and our purpose is to create a healthy community, environment, and economy through bicycling for people who live, work, and play in San Mateo and Santa Clara County. I just want to thank the leadership of Supervisor Slocum, the North Fair Oaks Community Council, North Fair Oaks Forward, and the San Mateo County Public Works in this process. Our SVBC and our members support the recommendation of the North Fair Oaks Community Council, including the design features of 3 traffic lanes, bike lanes, wide sidewalks, and parallel parking. We feel these design features will help the community achieve its goals for a safe and vibrant corridor, in addition to closing a gap in the county bike network and providing opportunities for active transportation. The road diet will provide the space necessary for protected bike lanes and wider sidewalks, which will create a more welcoming and safer environment for all roadway users, including seniors, school children, and people who bike. Transforming this road will also encourage residents to walk and bike, increasing health, bolstering local businesses, and producing a greater community atmosphere. So we support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. John Johnston with the Menlo Park Fire District.
Supervisors and citizens, thank you for letting me be able to speak. My name is John Johnston with the Menlo Park Fire District, and we are the service providers for the North Fair Oaks portion of Redwood City here and Incorporated. And we would like to be able to state our position in regards to this portion. We are very much in support of making sure that the improvements are one that increases the safety for the citizens and the businesses, and also making sure that we're able to improve the response and the services that we provide. We would like to make sure that it is known that Middlefield Road is a primary response route, and the district is not in favor of any road design that slows emergency response. However, we are in favor, obviously, of any improvements that will continue to aid in that response. Unfortunately, the proposal from the community group was without discussions or information from the fire district, and we regret that there seems to be some confusion as to who is responsible for the fire agency in this area. We are concerned about the cumulative effect. There are 4 traffic control devices between the fire station and Middlefield Road as an example. Then you need to factor in the totality of potential regional circumstance. Atherton's proposal to reduce El Camino from 6 to 4 lanes, Menlo Park's plan to revitalize the M2 or East Menlo Park, which will create more growth that's coming from Facebook and others, and then Redwood City's explosive growth that we're seeing right now. Increased response times are a significant concern for us, because that's how quickly we can respond to any type of emergency, whether it's fire or a life-threatening emergency. So we want to make sure that any delayed treatment doesn't increase the amount of damage or the highest, which is the loss of life. We just want to make sure that we're involved. We actually look into different solutions, and one of the things that we'd like to see is that through the involvement and support of this project is that we can find other ways that we can mitigate improvements in other areas for our response so that we continue to provide the high level of service that is expected of the Menlo Park Fire District. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, let me just say a quick word or two. The chief and I did speak late last night, and I guess I would say it was an unfortunate situation that the district wasn't brought in sooner, but there was no conscious plan to not talk to them. Chief and I had a very productive conversation, and I feel very confident that we can work together, not only on Middlefield Road, but those other neighborhoods that the chief mentioned last night that are concerning. But we do appreciate you coming on behalf of the Menlo Park Fire District and sharing with us your perspective, so thank you.
All right, any questions or discussion?
I just wanted to congratulate the Supervisor Slocum and Ms. Lopez. It is really amazing what can happen when people sit in a room and start talking and develop these kind of plans for a community that has wanted to grow and be more vibrant. And so I think this is just terrific.
And just to point out, I think the outreach was, really phenomenal, and it really kind of shows best practices for how to engage communities. And we, from time to time, come across issues that are, where community involvement is just really so critical. So hopefully we can apply some of the lessons learned here in other places.
If I may make a comment, we have that program called the Big Lift. I call this the Heavy Lift. And I think you and the community council, your staff, and the whole team has done a tremendous job. I mean, this is a huge project, and you've really made such incredible progress, all of you, in what I consider to be a fairly short period of time. Mm-hmm. And I do believe the outreach is really important, but I think people sometimes don't like to have community involvement because they think it gets too complicated. The fact of the matter, you usually get a much better project when you do good community outreach. So I really commend all of you for your good work.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, I'll make the motion,
yes,
if I could. Make a motion to accept the recommendation of the North Fair Oaks Community Council for the Middlefield Road redesign project between Pacific and Fifth Avenues, and direct the staff to proceed with the next steps on the project.
Second.
The motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Supervisor Slocum.
Thank you.
Good job.
We'll next hear a report concerning some housing and homeless issue updates.
Good morning, President Pine, honorable members of the board, Mr. Malpe, Mr. Byers. I'm Ileana Rodriguez, Director for the Human Services Agency. Today I have with me co-presenting Bill Lowell, the Director of Housing, and Frida Manuel, Frida Manuel, Manager for Real Property. Last July 1st, the board had us conduct a homelessness study session to provide the board an update of where we are in terms of our homeless programs. During that session, the board requested that we come back, first that we analyze some data and provide you with further information on the programs and update you with regards to our changing federal policy. In addition, you requested that the departments come back and report on what affordable housing units are available, policy options for advocacy, and work with our legislatures. Also, the report back on the HMIS analysis, the Homeless Management Information Systems data analysis, and an update on federal policy. So we're here today to provide you with where we are as of today, and starting off will be Bill Lowell.
Good morning, President Pine, members of the board, Mr. Malpe, and Mr. Byers. So it is nice to be back before you as housing is one of the foremost solutions to homelessness, to state the obvious. And so you, of course, asked for what can we do as a county in terms of the creation of additional affordable housing. So that's what I'm here to talk about this morning. And as you well know, just a very brief background, the problem of course, of affordable housing and housing in general in the county, as we know, is in the front page of the newspapers every day. And the funding for affordable housing has become increasingly difficult. In the past, it depended a great deal upon even upwards of 50% of various projects of funding from redevelopment agencies. And by state action, redevelopment agencies were removed from or met their demise, let's say, 2 years ago as a result of state action. So that's one. Also, the federal sources of funding that the county's been in charge of have been decreasing year by year for more than 10 years. And finally, another source of funding has been bonds from the state. And we haven't seen one of those in over half a dozen years. And so those resources have all been allocated. The state is, unlike the federal government, which is at the moment not really doing anything on this front, the state is reawakening and responding in a couple of ways, both with cap and trade funds, with the recent Veterans Housing Bond Measure. And we are watching those. We're hoping that some of that money is going to be available for the county, but those things are really just starting. And also, there is a real estate transfer tax that comes up repeatedly in the legislature, but has not been able to go all the way to make to law yet. So to bridge the gap over the next couple of years, especially, we have come back to talk about a continuation of our Affordable Housing Fund that you initiated last year. and I'll talk about how we will do that. The combination of what has been done and what's proposed will contribute to 605 new affordable units. That's a very conservative number. Probably should be more than that. So last year there was the Affordable Housing Fund, AHF 1.0, 13 million in total. 8 million was for affordable housing, permanent affordable housing. That was allocated. Those 6 projects are well on their way to becoming a reality. 2 of them, the Foster City Senior Project and the Veterans Project in Menlo Park, should be coming out of the ground within months. This year, we had Affordable Housing Fund 2.0, we called it, with Housing Authority funds, $5 million. We issued a NOFA for that this summer. It had a tremendous response. So there were, the memo mentions 4 responses. If we include ownership housing, there was one from Habitat. There were 5 responses for $8.5 million in the $5 million offering. And what we'd like to propose today is, for your consideration, is that we find a way to continue that affordable housing fund into next year and the year after. Next year, a total of $6 million. There is still $3 million left of Housing Authority had some one-time funds. It's kind of a use it or lose it situation. The federal government will recapture those funds eventually, unless, and we have their permission to use that for any affordable housing purpose. So we propose using the last of that $3 million plus $3 million of Measure A for next year, and then in the following year, an additional $3 million of Measure A.
Bill, if I could, just one question on that slide. If my recollection is correct, the one-time monies, the LMIH monies, wasn't that 13 million?
The total was actually 13.4 million.
Right. So remind me where the other 5 million is now?
Right. 3 million was for shelter construction and reconstruction, and 2 million was for 2+ million was for acquisition, and was used to acquire a project in Daly City.
Okay. Thank you.
So the 8 million was the portion that was the new affordable construction. That's right. And so finally, there's just a summary of the recommendation. There is one other report that will be coming to you that you asked for. I believe Supervisor Tissier asked for status of 21 elements and inclusionary ordinances. The memo's been written, and you should be getting that right away.
Mr. President, can I ask a question to Mr. Maltby? On these areas where we're looking at Measure A funding potentially, would we be looking at this in the budget hearings? In other words, if we recommend it, we talk about it at the budget hearings as we look at everything, or can we go ahead and?
I think certainly the board has the authority to make that decision today in lieu of that. The process for the next allocation, if you will, of Measure A funding will be beginning next month, in which we'll first ask the board to take a look at your existing parameters and criteria. This is certainly well within that. And then to approve that, we'll then ask the community and departments to submit proposals. You'll be looking at those sometime in the late January, February timeframe. Then you will actually get recommendations from us in March. We envision a couple of public hearings and the board making a final decision on the Measure A allocation in late March, early April. That will be then rolled into the budget hearing in June. So the process will actually precede it, but will be complementary of the budget hearings.
Thank you.
Mr. President, can I have one question from Mr. Maltby? With the old RDA, do you know how much money was spent countywide on an annual basis on housing?
Well, it was certainly significantly less than what the 20% set aside that was required to be set aside. I don't know if Bill has that number or not. We could get it for you, though.
Okay, thank you.
This may not be the right place in this report to ask this question, but I received a call this week from Star Vista, and in regard to the HUD's rapid rehousing and the money that comes to us for rapid rehousing, and apparently the same fund that the rapid rehousing is in was the money that went to fund the Star Vista teen temporary housing. And so I just want to put that on the radar screen that I don't want Star Vista to lose those funds because they don't do rapid rehousing because they're teenagers. But Star Vista feels that they have been left out of this funding source. So I want to make sure that that's on our radar screen.
And on that same point, County Manager Malby, is that the same teen center that we appropriated some monies for just the last?
I believe it was, and you're correct, Mr. President. I think that is called Daybreak. Yeah. And the Daybreak program was dropped out of the federal program. The board allocated $100,000 in matching funds. And my understanding is that Star Vista is going to come up with the other $100,000 to keep that program open through the end of this fiscal year. Then it will need some additional or a new source of funding. I feel certain that Star Vista will probably, in your Measure A process, have a proposal in that regard, which the board can look at, and that would enable that program to continue.
That was my concern, that it just not get lost.
I don't believe it will. I think it's on everybody's radar screen.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll just add one point too. I mean, I think the memo notes, and certainly in our last appropriation of the one-time housing funds, we put a real priority, or we're eager to fund projects that helped our core clients. Right. So I think that's an important objective.
Mr. President, thanks. I just had a quick question for County Manager Maltby. In going through that Measure A timeline, could you just clarify me if community groups wanted to make a proposal, approximately when would they do that?
They will be asked to submit, or we will be open for the submittal first of a notice of intent, if you will, to send in your ideas, and that will enable us to sort of review those with the departments or the responsible agency. And then once that's done, and that'll take place in November, once that's done, they will have about 6 weeks, probably the end of November to the middle of January, to actually put an application together. Again, that will be vetted with an appropriate department, depending on the nature of applications. After that point, we will be bringing a list of recommendations to the board. The board will, and all of this is a public process, obviously. The board, I would think, would take that list under consideration, hear additional public comment, and then last meeting in March, first meeting in April, make the final decision. So that'd be the timeline. But essentially, the answer to your question is probably the December to mid-January is the window.
Thank you.
And just to reiterate there, at our November 10th meeting, this is going to be agendized. So this what Mr. Maltby just discussed will all be written down. And if folks want to revise it, give input to it, because one thing I think it's very important that we really be clear to the community and to our CBO partners, how we're going to look at our Measure A funds in this 2-year budget cycle. So on that November 10th meeting, you'll see this in detail, and any modifications of the process or ideas in the process would be welcome. Okay, we back to presentations. When it's been pointed out to me that maybe our next meeting is November 4 and 18. Maybe it's okay. Which meeting were we planning on doing the Measure A? 24. Yeah, I thought it was 4. My apologies about the 10th. Okay.
Okay, so good morning, Honorable Supervisors, Mr. Maltby and Mr. Byers. My name is Frida Manuel, and I'm the Real Property Services Manager. As part of this study, we evaluated the county's current sites for any potential affordable housing development opportunities. And as you can see from the map, our sites are primarily located in Daly City, San Mateo, Redwood City, and we have some in Half Moon Bay and East Palo Alto. And in evaluating our sites, we were really looking at 3 basic criteria. The first was transportation, its proximity to major arteries as well as transit hubs. The second was the size of the parcel. The larger size, presumably the more economies of scales that can be attained to build more units. And the third was, what was its current utilization? And as you can see from the map, all of our properties are currently being utilized by county functions. And so any further feasibility analysis would need to be done in conjunction with determining where we could reallocate our county services. However, we have identified some potential sites. One, of course, would be Midway Village, which is our current affordable housing complex in Daly City, which sits on 6 acres and currently has 150 units. That could be a potential site for future development. We also have a little over 5 acres in the North County Courts in Daly City, which is on Mission Road. And there is a parcel in the back between Grand and Oak Avenue that's about 1.6 acres that could potentially be used for affordable housing. And then, of course, we have our Corporation Yard in Redwood City, which is, again, a little over 6 acres as well, but any more determination in whether to use that site, of course, we would need to relocate our Corporation Yard. So in addition to looking at our own properties, we also made the commitment to partner with other agencies on development. And we, again, went through our properties to see perhaps there was some swap opportunities. And we do have about a half an acre in Half Moon Bay that could potentially be swapped. Its highest and best use is commercial, considering that its adjacency uses are industrial and commercial as well. And we also have about 11 acres on Beach Road in East Palo Alto, which is located in a residential community and surrounded by the Baylands to the east side of it. So our recommendation is that we will continue to look for and bring forward potential county-owned properties, and we will continue to work with other agencies to look for opportunities as they develop as well. In addition to evaluating our real estate portfolio, we were also involved in the North Fair Oaks Initiative, and as Ms. Jensen has mentioned, as part of that initiative, we are looking at working in conjunction with other county divisions, such as Department of Housing, County Council, and the health system, to develop a housing affordability white paper. And the white paper will outline our current programs and ordinances that currently promote, protect, and preserve affordable housing development in the unincorporated areas. And it will also offer some new options to promote development as well. And this paper will be brought before your board later this year, so that any options that require action by the state legislator can be included in the 2012 advocacy agenda. Now I'd like to turn it back over to Ileana Rodriguez, who will further talk about data.
President, could I just ask a quick question?
Yeah, we may have a question for you or two.
Sorry, Frida, could we go back to that slide, the map?
Sure.
Slide. So there are a number of properties located here, and you gave us the recommendation. I'm just curious, from the county manager or from you, I'm just going to pick one at random, like the Corporation Yard, for instance. Is there any time frame to that, or is it just been identified and it's a possibility? But I guess what's the next step after you've identified these? Then what happens?
Let me take a shot at the Corporation Yard at least, Frida. To the extent that the site is occupied with ongoing county operations, those operations would have to be relocated first. Now, we are in ongoing and have been for some time discussions with the city of Redwood City about a joint corporation yard, and there's a couple of sites that have been talked about. I think that is a good idea. I think to the extent that we could combine operations like that, it makes all the sense in the world. And we would be very much in favor of that. They also, because their corporation yard's pretty close to ours, have an interest in developing their property for housing. So I think there might be some real interest here related to joining forces and creating a joint corporation yard, and then freeing those two properties for potential housing uses. And with respect to our property, a number of years ago, there was a number of remediation activities that took place on it. So I think our property, once the use has been relocated, probably could move pretty rapidly in terms of housing use.
And just to follow up on that, Mr. Mulvey, I know the City of Redwood City also, has reluctance about, our homeless operations on Maple Street. I mean, is that part of the discussion too?
Well, absolutely. And they've identified an alternate site that we're exploring with them now for a homeless shelter in Redwood City. And
that's separate from this corporation
that's
yard.
separate from this, yeah. It would not be on that site. And if that comes to pass, then the board would make a decision regarding our property where the current homeless shelter is on Maple Street to put that on the market. Now, we have in our agreement to acquire the jail site with Redwood City promised the city the first right of refusal when that property comes on the market, because they have, I think, some transportation uses for at least part of that property. But we certainly have made it clear that, one, that property won't be free for use until there's an alternate site for the homeless shelter. And two, that we expect to receive fair market value for that property.
Thank you. And did Supervisor Groom had a question?
Thank you. I have a little curiosity about how Coyote Point Park occurred on this list.
I think only in the sense that it's a county property that we own.
I'd really like it removed.
Okay. Well, there is.
I think it's a real concern to have one of the largest parks, one of the only parks in along the bayfront, to have this on a map.
Yeah. And we could certainly take it off. There is one site in Coyote Point Park where the old restaurant used to be that still is a viable commercial site, but I don't know of any housing sites in the park.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll let you ask first.
Okay.
Actually,
I was going to ask.
I'm sorry, I might have cut off Supervisor Groom.
And I wanted to just kind of also mention the county fairgrounds, the event center site, as it is being considered by the event center board and by the liaisons to that board as potential redevelopment, especially with a new conference center of some sort and potential hotel. So I think that's something to look at, but I don't see it quickly ready for housing.
Well, just a quick comment. Supervisor Slocum already talked about the corporation yard, actually Grant Yard. And, I know if this doesn't work out with the city of Redwood City, I'm just curious if it was possible to relocate to Tower Road. I'm not sure that Tower Road's a great site for housing, because it's really pretty remote and difficult for transportation.
That is a possibility that we've discussed with Public Works for some time. I think as you get past the elections office, going kind of into the little canyon there, could be a potential site for a corporation yard. And really, from a countywide standpoint, it's an ideal location because it really is in the center of the county, access to good transportation. So to go to the coast side and some other areas in the county where Public Works needs to go, it is a good site.
I mean, good access to 92 and 380, right?
Exactly.
But there's one property that's not on there, Frida, that actually it's not really a county property. It's owned by the California School Employees Association, and I would, it may have some issues. I've heard that it may have issues about the red-legged frogs and San Francisco garter snake needing to cross the road there. So, but I would like to have a further examination of that property. It's been a.
Where is that again?
It's in
Moss Beach.
Moss Beach, and it was the site for a long time of a illegal skate park. It was full of concrete. They buried an old refrigerator in there and made a pretty nice skate park. But we had both a the property owner actually took it out, but I believe it was really zoned for low-income housing. So
Yeah.
if we did some more analysis of that property, I think I'd be helpful.
Sure.
Thank you.
And my question, Frida, was, or maybe the county council too, is the courts in South City. I would think they're owned by the courts, or do we have some property in there that's ours as well?
Yes, when the agreement was struck with the Office of the Courts, the courts own the property where the court's located on and parking, but the county owns where public or where the probation office is and some adjoining property. So it's really two separate. I don't know if it's two separate parcels, but there's two separate ownerships.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Supervisor Tissier?
Just a question, it kind of plays on what Carol was talking about. In here, you're talking about identifying appropriate sites that we own for housing, yet on some of these, it looks like there's areas where we probably wouldn't put housing. Are you looking for feedback from us today as to what to have it inclusive? Or in other words, for instance, to me, look at San Mateo Medical Center. I don't know that I could see where we'd have housing there.
Yeah.
The fairgrounds, unless someone on this board wanted to, we've always said we don't want to, once you do that, you've lost your land. Coyote Point Park has commercial potential, but maybe not housing potential. So are you looking for us to say, include this or don't include this in your study, or are you just trying to point out all the potential, whether it be housing or commercial, that exist on county-owned property?
Thank you for your question. To be more clear, no, we are not looking for you to point to properties at this time. What we're doing is laying out our current sites and as to why or why not they might be appropriate.
So, but do you want feedback from us? I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is you may think they're appropriate and we may not. So are you looking for feedback? So when you write the report, you're giving feedback with the board's input? Are you going to give your feedback and then we say no?
I think if the board feels that there's any particular site that's inappropriate for housing, say so, and we'll make sure that in future reports that's not noted.
Okay, well, maybe with this taking a stab at that, I think we're looking to expand the Daly City Clinic. I don't know that we put housing on that side unless we move the clinic. I'd say those four right there in the middle of San Mateo, except for Tower Road, depending, I could see the potential of looking at that. These other ones, County Center Campus, actually, I think that's kind of an interesting concept because they've done that in Hayward where they put some of the county government. I think it's worth looking at. And the Maple Street Correctional Facility, these other ones, because there's some activity going on, I think maybe we should look at them because we may be moving things around. So I think those are appropriate. But I think the Daly City Clinic, from my perspective, and then the four in San Mateo, the three, other than Tower Road, seem like they would be inappropriate at this time.
I agree.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Just make a quick suggestion. Will you ever talk to cities to find out what kind of properties that they have that they might find are acceptable?
Other than Redwood City, when we have some project specific like the homeless shelter or the corporation yard, I don't know that we've engaged in ongoing conversations. One of the difficulties, let's be honest, that cities have is finding locations for housing. They struggle with that. And that's why when there was a 20% set aside of redevelopment agency funds, there was a great surplus that hadn't been spent because cities just couldn't get the political consensus to locate sites within their community.
But I do know, for example, like in San Mateo, if I might speak about another district, there are some sites that they were purchased by the city, by the redevelopment agency, and I think they've had to sell them back.
Right.
But they were looking at them as potential housing sites, and I just don't know if, I think it makes some degree of sense to contact them to find out if those are still areas that they believe are viable.
We could certainly do that.
I mean, I can tell you, Don, that San Mateo has got a project right now where the Kmart site is with 500 units that's in the public process. They've built a number of housing projects along San Mateo Drive in the last couple of years, so I think they have been pretty diligent in creating housing. And so is Redwood City as we walk right around in our own building. We're surrounded by new housing now.
But it is
But
all
none of
market
it's,
rate.
none of it's affordable, right. San Mateo still, in their projects, is having a certain percentage set aside for affordable.
One of the ongoing projects in San Mateo, as I recall from the oversight board, is at the old police station that they built the first phase, and I think the second phase is underway.
Second phase is almost finished.
Okay.
And that is, one of those buildings is totally affordable, workforce housing for families.
Well, just point out that, as Bill Lowell pointed out, that when he put his NOFA out for the 5 million, he had 8 million in requests. So obviously, there are projects that are available. And I think it'd be interesting to have those projects, if they were, if they would have qualified for funding, if there was adequate funding, they should be on our list.
There's, if I may add just a comment, any of the specifically affordable affordable housing projects in the county, we know about it in early stage through talking with the cities. But the original question of, is there a comprehensive list? There is not. All of the cities and the county are now completing or have just completed their new housing elements, and it identifies potential sites. And actually, I believe the Housing Leadership Council has just applied for a grant to kind of put that together as a whole. But then when actually anything is still in the rumor stage, we're talking to the cities about those. But potential sites hopefully will be put together.
And Mr. Lowe, while you're there, when will we be announcing the recommended awardees of the fund, the second tranche of funds?
Specific schedule, it's in either late November or by December. So they're being reviewed right now.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Tissier has a question?
Bill, I had a quick question for you. This kind of goes outside of our realm, but, there's the park and ride site in Daly City that's, Samtrans owns and is being looked at for a combination
Next
of housing.
to Colma Bart.
Right. I was just curious if you've had any discussions at all with Daly City or Bridge Housing or Saris Regis over that site?
With both, with Daly City quite a bit and with Bridge Housing. At the moment, they've been looking at an inclusionary type of project, not a specific affordable housing building, but it's very preliminary. And that's why they did not qualify for a prior one, because at the time they did not have the city participation. The city's still looking at it. But that is, that one in Daly City is one of the potentials for the coming pipeline.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the fact you've already done that outreach. That's great.
All right, and back to the Human Services report back. With regard to the HMIS data analysis that you requested, the request for quotes was released in August, and we awarded the contract to Focus Strategies, a national organization who's very familiar and renowned in this space. They are based out of Sacramento. What we can expect back is a comprehensive analysis of the data that's resided in the HMIS system. They'll do a quantitative assessment. They'll determine our local performance. So in terms of the programs, analyze the financial investments we've made, the investments into the program, and what were the outcomes achieved. The final report should be back to your board sometime in December or January. We expect the report back in November from Focus Strategies. What we'll do with it, bring it back to the board, and then engage the HOPE Interagency Council regarding the findings and how do we change, pivot our continuum of care to better serve this population. Some of the preliminary data coming from the HMIS analysis has to do with discharge to homelessness. And your board had requested that we obtain more information on this particular population when last we met. We have looked at 3,819 of the client records in HMIS. 8% indicate that they were released into homelessness. In addition, when they asked where they stayed the previous night, they're coming from foster care homes, hospital, jail, prison, psychiatric facilities, or a substance abuse treatment center or detox center. 13% of that 3,800 indicated that they were veterans. With regards to veterans, the agency is working with the county manager's office and has partnered with Applied Survey Research, ASR, to conduct a needs assessment of our veteran population or residents in our county. They have conducted focus groups. I think 7 groups have been engaged thus far. They're also looking at secondary data analysis of the population, the demographics, the public services available to them, how they access them, and data from the Veterans Affairs Office. The summit, I'm proud to announce that on November 5th of this year, we'll have our first ever Veteran Summit here in the county. The objective of that day is for attendees to review the data, hear stories from veterans who have navigated the system, build a collective understanding of veteran issues in our county, and identify the gaps in our system and prioritize these gaps. We should be able to come back after the summit. A final report will be produced, which will be provided to your board, which identifies opportunities to improve upon our system. We anticipate to be able to come back to the board in January. Vehicularly housed was an area the board also requested that we take a little deeper dive and provide you with some further demographics. We reached out to Envision Shelter Network, who manages the HOT teams, and asked them to go out and please try to survey this population. What we were able to find, the survey was conducted the last week of September. 27% of the population did not consider themselves homeless. 70% were single adults, 73% are male, 35% have pets with them in their vehicles, and over half, 52%, are between the ages of 41 and 60 years of age. In addition, we asked about income sources. The majority are in receipt of either public assistance or Social Security. Interestingly enough, the data, when asked if they wanted assistance with shelter, 65% indicated they did not. I think we need to tease that out more in our January one-day count, and particularly hone in on this population. With the initial data showing that individuals living in their vehicles may not want assistance with shelters, it could lead to some community planning or opportunities in terms of best approaches to ensuring that they have adequate access to restrooms or bathing or what have you. But I think the population, it was 1 week, the population I don't think was large enough to be a significant indication or a significant sample. So we will work harder in January to get a broader count. Our HOT teams. With Measure A dollars, your board funded an expansion of the HOT teams. We contacted Envision Shelter Network, and they have reached out to 90 clients throughout the various cities. Various success stories. It's the most difficult to serve population. In East Palo Alto, we had a married couple who was homeless and has received, because of the Hot Reach teams, housing vouchers through the Housing Authority, which has provided them now with rental assistance, and they can afford a home on their own. They are sheltered, and both are attending school. In Half Moon Bay, a senior woman who was living on the streets for several years, they were able to successfully move her to Leslie Gardens Senior Homes. She's no longer homeless. In South San Francisco, a veteran client had been connected with his medical benefits and vouchers for housing, and he's no longer homeless. In all, they've been able to house 11 of those 90 individuals, but what I'd like to point out is that it is the chronically homeless and the most difficult to serve. A recommendation for your consideration would be to have the agency provide an update on the analysis of the HMIS data and all segments of homeless services in March of 2015. With information regarding our motel voucher program, I'd like to first, before we look at overview of the slide, point out that the memo, and I believe the board received a correction last night, had incorrectly cited the total number of families served per night as the 4,400, and it should have read total number of motel nights provided. The average number of families per year that we house through the motel voucher are about a little over 500. So in fiscal year 11-12, you'll see we had about 4,400 motel nights provided. And you see that while we're given the funding, the average cost of hotel room has gone up in our county about 64% in 4 years. What that has meant, we've had to decrease the number of nights we can provide, or even more importantly, the families we can house. Any given night, you have about 12 to 15 families in the county seeking shelter. Under the current budget, we're able to serve about 9. We're also hearing that from motels that they may shortly discontinue accepting vouchers. The program plays a critical role in sheltering our homeless families. The funding for the motel voucher has not kept pace with the price of rooms. A recommendation we'd like for you to consider is to have the agency bring forward a ATR of $150,000 in supplemental funding for the motel voucher program. With regard to the federal policy, your board had requested give an update from July to here. There's been no change. It's still the priority. Rapid rehousing is HUD's priority. It's seen as the model to rapidly rehouse and has longer term impacts in terms of people remaining housed. HUD has also encouraged through their recent funding, the NOFA, encourage communities to carefully evaluate the effectiveness of their transitional housing programs and assess whether rapid rehousing might be a better approach. As part of the recently released NOFA for the Continuum of Care funding, HUD is currently only allowing communities to use reallocated Continuum of Care funds to create either rapid rehousing for families or permanent supportive housing for chronically homeless individuals. So we had anticipated in July that we would start to see this, and we're starting to see it in their funding priorities. What the agency, through attending national discussions on this issue and communicating with our colleagues in the region, there's work around the Bay by our adjoining counties in the rapid rehousing arena. And what we recommend is working with the county manager's office, the housing department, and our partners to see whether or not over the next couple of months we can come up with a pilot program that would test this concept here in San Mateo County. We'd be able then to come back and tell you these things work, these do not work, and that may inform our legislative platform or requests. So a recommendation I have for you today for your consideration is whether to include a pilot for rapid rehousing project in funding for the project in the fiscal year 2015-16 budget. So we can start our discussions and see what model we would attempt and what funding would be necessary to implement such a pilot. In summary this morning, I know you've heard a lot. In terms of funding, the recommendations for your considerations is $150,000 in an ATR for the motel vouchers. For fiscal year 15 and 16, rapid rehousing pilot project funding. We'd have to come back to the board during the budget process with what that amount would be. In fiscal year 15-17, affordable housing funds of $9 million. And report backs in terms of housing affordability white papers, December 2014. The homelessness data, the HMIS analysis, March of 2015. And then instructions to continue to search for housing sites be ongoing. And with that, that concludes Mr. Lowell's presentation, mine, and Ms. Manuel's. If you have any questions at this point, be happy to.
I think we'll have a few questions. I know Supervisor Tissier had wanted to start.
Can you refresh my memory on this rapid rehousing? Can you explain exactly how this works? Because I'm working with a young lady they're trying to transition out of shelter network. She has 2 children, and it's been impossible to find her housing. I've actually called apartment owners myself that I know, and there's nothing there. And so when they talk about this rapid rehousing, are they talking about immediately getting people off the street and into an apartment? Or I mean, and I guess I'm wondering how feasible that is at this point in time in our community, because I've been working on this for a month.
And just to tack on to that, is it rapid rehousing to some other area, like some other county? Or is it?
I haven't heard that. Some counties have that approach and may provide funding to relocate, especially when there's a job available in that other community. But yes, the rapid rehousing concept would be placing them in their own apartment, if you will. And that is the conundrum for our county. Would we be better at it if we had a position that worked with landlords and negotiated motel rates, motel rooms every night to drive down the costs? We don't know. Other counties are trying it. I think it's easier because Alameda has much more available housing, as does Santa Clara. And whether or not it will work here, I think it's a heavy lift.
Maybe I could send you this young woman and her name, have her contact you. Maybe she could be part of the pilot. I mean, it's really been quite a struggle. She has 2 children in our school district in Daly City, and we can't find her anything close by. So
okay.
Yeah, I had a similar concern because I know at the study session, I mean, it seemed like the consensus was that this rapid rehousing was really not going to fit in San Mateo. So when we talk about doing a pilot, I'm not really quite sure what you have in mind. So, maybe you can help us understand that as you start to think about it, because we just don't have places to move people real easily.
I agree. In Alameda County, they're working with a corporation, Adobe, not the software company, but they work with landlords and they do extensive outreach to get contracts to house apartments or take some apartments. We have not attempted that. Would it work? I don't know. Is it worth exploring? It may be. I think we need to tease it out some more. And that's why we're saying 2 or 3 months for the department to look at other models being used and whether it would work.
can I just make one more comment? The other thing I found out, and Bill, you might be able to answer this for me, is a lot of the apartment owners that used to take Section 8 are not taking it anymore. So we even went that route, and it wasn't, they no longer.
It is quite a problem. It is legal in some cases, if they're not discriminating in other ways, to discriminate on the basis of the source of their income. And so various jurisdictions have enacted laws around that in other states and in California. So, but it is a problem because basically, every apartment, say, has a lineup of 10 or 20 people to obtain that apartment. And the one person who comes to the head of the line and says, oh, and by the way, you also get to sign a contract with our housing authority, and the landlord says, next. They don't want to be bothered at the moment. So it is quite a problem. And there are some issues. There are some attempts that are being made around source of income discrimination.
Mr. President, just a comment that as you know, that both Supervisor Slocum and I are on that HOPE project, which is really kind of dedicated to looking at how to end homelessness in our county and shelter networks. Brian Greenberg always talks about it's easy for them with people who are in shelters. It's easy to get a job, a low-income job but it isn't necessarily paid enough to be able to sustain housing in San Mateo County, and what they find is that that person then transfers to some other county where they can get actually a place to live. And so, in essence, in some ways, we are, in fact, that's at least Envision Shelter Networks. Their policy is to be able to find housing someplace on the East Bay generally. It does not work very well in San Mateo County. So we really are in a very tough position for a low and very low income housing.
I mean, on that point, I mean, it's not something I wish there were other alternatives, but to the extent that someone through this rapid rehousing we could help them find a place in the East Bay, that's a lot better than not having any place to go. Sure. So I don't know, it's something to think about. I had a, okay,
Go ahead.
go.
No, you go ahead. Thank you.
I'll let you go.
Thank you. Ileana, you lost me on the portion about the families. And I'm wondering if we could just take a minute for my own education and go back through that. But if I understand the paragraph right now today, there are 12 to 13 homeless families in San Mateo County that don't have any place to go that night. Is that
12
a
to
true
15,
statement?
right, at our cores, sign up for motel vouchers, and we are able to house within the budget about 9. So it's decreasing the amount of motel stays we can fund.
So by approving that $150,000, does that increase the number?
Yes. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. And then just one last question. For the top 8 motels that participate in this program, have you looked around California or the country to see, does anybody offer incentives to these motels to try to, give some kind of a bonus or something to take in more families?
It's a good question. I don't know. We'll look into it and report back.
So the idea is,
Right.
how do you incentivize them to want to participate in the program and offer up more rooms?
Or if we're funding a block of rooms, right? We say we have 5 in South County, 5 in North County each night that we guarantee. That may entice them to participate.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
I had a question or comment or two. First, I was surprised reading in the memo that there's virtually no RDA money coming back to the county. I mean, it was de minimis. It was under $100,000. So that, I knew it wasn't going to be, a lot, but I didn't think it'd be 0. I mean, I got to think at some point we'll see some money come back from this unwinding.
Well, to the president, members of the board, the cities came late to the creation of redevelopment agencies relative to other cities in the state, which meant when most cities created their redevelopment agencies, the state had by that time passed a law that said that they had to negotiate the property tax sharing in their project areas. That meant they had to come to the county and the school districts and other property taxing agencies and say, we want to create a project area. And in most cases, we were able to negotiate favorable pass-through agreements whereby we got the county property taxes that would have otherwise gone to a redevelopment agency. So those property taxes have already been coming to the county through these pass-through agreements.
Okay.
And you've allocated those in the budget process to ongoing county programs and services. So at the end of the day, we're not going to see a real bump from redevelopment agencies because we're already getting the money.
So even when the debts that they have to pay are taken care of, you don't foresee.
Most of those funds will accrue back to the school districts, and then it gets complicated, as I know you know, Supervisor, because in some cases those school districts were backfilled with state funds. Some cases they weren't. So there will be a benefit to school districts, but it will be on sort of a piecemeal basis rather than a countywide basis.
Okay. So I did a couple comments. On the issue we struggle with and have always struggled with, the struggle with affordable housing has been with this county. I guess certainly was here when I moved here in '85, and it's the same discussion all the time. And now it's just worse because of the unbelievable market pressures. So I would really challenge our team to see if we could think of some new ideas. Not that that's easy. and I'll just throw out a couple. They may or may not have merit. You know, I've read a lot about how there may be benefits in buying units and renovating them, as opposed to, you know, trying to build something from the ground up. Because if we don't buy them and renovate them, someone else is going to buy them, tear them down, and put up $1 million $2 million condominiums. Because those units that maybe not too attractive are really important places for people to live. And, you know, we could potentially acquire those instead of trying to go find property and build something. That'd be one idea. A second one is, you know, the market is such now that in the private housing market, there's a lot of discussion about having, you know, really mini units, very, very small units. So, you know, if we do build something, you know, is it a good idea to have these micro units? I'd throw that out. And another one too that I've always found promising, and it's been done here to some degree, is trying to help first-time home buyers, you know, as opposed to necessarily, you know, trying to build things, you know, providing some capital, which typically gets paid back in a first-time home buyer program. I know that Hart has done this, and pretty successfully, but it's a really modest program. And so I think, again, you know, it's not always, the solution isn't necessarily just build things. You know, maybe there's a solution with some of this first-time home buyer. So again, this is such a hard problem, and it's because of the market pressure. So I just throw out those ideas. You know, I mentioned before that I think it's certainly appropriate for the county to make some investments in affordable housing, but you know, I do think our priority has to be with our clients, like the industrial hotel in South San Francisco, where we use for our full service partnership clients. It's just not really an acceptable place. I mean, but it's the only place we have. That's why they're there. But if you visit that and then go visit Cedar Street Apartments, you know, it's like going from, you know, the first world to the third world. So, you know, we have a lot of clients that we serve that don't have good housing. So I think we always have to be on the lookout. Of course, the challenge of finding a place to put something like that, we don't know how hard that is. But boy, that industrial hotel is not ideal. It's the best we have, but it's certainly not ideal. And then finally, on the homeless issue, you know, I think in your chart you showed like a small number, like 8% of clients being discharged into homelessness. And you know, maybe when you report back, I mean, can we just stop doing that? Can we just like say no, you know, that if we know someone doesn't have a home, you know, we're just not going to do it. You know, I just like to, I think maybe we can do that. But of course we have to find a place for them. But there's something troubling about us discharging somebody into homelessness. You can't keep them, but you'd have to have an alternative. But maybe we need to up the hotel voucher program. I just find it a little difficult that the county itself would say, you know, good luck.
Actually, my office too is kind of taking a lead in that. We've been interviewing different departments on it. And it actually found, for example, in human services and for foster kids, that we've done a really good job. And that's why one of the reasons we commended the city of South San Francisco, where they actually have made buildings available. So we're not, you know, the picture is actually, it's actually better than one would think. But
yeah, actually, that 8% is not, it's lower than I would have thought.
I haven't exactly finished interviewing all of our different agencies, but the sheriff's department, for example, releases very few people into homelessness. So, but it's a good point, and I'm going to continue working on that and take some leadership and report back to my colleagues here on the board.
Thank you, Supervisor Horsley. And my last point, you know, I can't say enough good things about the HUD team. You know, I first became exposed to the HUD team through the work in the city of San Mateo, and they really did both. They had the Vendome Hotel and the HUD team, so they had the combination of housing and HUD team. But like in South City, where we've just done the HUD team, and we saw in the chart that it's helped, you know, it's serving a lot of clients. You know, they don't have a Vendome Hotel, but nonetheless, it's working, and the city's thrilled with it. And you know, during the Measure A discussions, if there's needs for HUD teams, I mean, I just think this is a really, really solid thing. And I mean, the city of South City has really benefited from it. So again, you know, sometimes you might find persons through a house because, you know, by working with that person's been on the street for years, you know, maybe you find out that they have a relative that no one ever really knew about, and they find a place. I mean, So that this hot team is really, really, really impressive.
I would like to make a comment about the Vendome, Dave, because, yes, I mean, we're really proud of that in the city of San Mateo, what we did, but there was huge redevelopment money.
Yeah.
Lots of money from the county,
Yeah.
the county's housing fund, and a lot of money from the city's general fund. And without the redevelopment agency any longer, you couldn't do that.
Yeah.
It was like $8 million, and you just couldn't do that without redevelopment agency. And so I think one of our legislative priorities should be to really press the state into coming up with their idea, whatever it is, of how they were going to send housing money to the communities as replacing for redevelopment. You know, the governor promised that, and I know he's been busy doing other things, but it would really be nice if we sort of pursued that and maybe help encourage the state to move that along more rapidly.
We have a few speakers, so is there any board members want to make any other comments? We have Michael Lane from the Nonprofit Housing Association.
President Pine and members, thank you for the opportunity and for the excellent staff report and discussion here at the board today. Wanted to point out some key aspects of the discussion today that are really best practice that we're seeing across the Bay Area right now, including publicly owned sites, and appreciate your discussion there. We actually worked with Assemblymember Phil Teng on a bill this year that the governor signed that really creates a very strong right of first refusal for affordable housing when properties are disposed of. That also includes special districts and transportation authorities, and it's important that we're all working with our local agencies to try to identify those sites, because production is going to be a key part of the solution. Can't be the whole solution, certainly, and acquisition and rehab are also important, but appreciate your discussion and your proactive approach to trying to identify sites, because that is a key challenge. And sometimes those can be leased or sold. Sometimes the county wants to generate revenues, and sometimes a local jurisdiction can actually write down the cost of the property to some degree to actually help you to get more deeply targeted rents that you're looking for to serve your residents that are particularly having impacts on and issues of homelessness and impacts on the healthcare system as well. I also appreciate the fact that you've included the pipeline here in the staff report. We've got some key projects that really need to move forward. They've been stranded due to the loss of redevelopment. I think you're stepping forward with these funds really helps us keep moving that pipeline. And just so you know, we're going to continue to work on solutions at the state level as well for dedicated revenue sources. As you know, the governor did sign into law an enhanced infrastructure financing district program, but it is a limited tool. It only really allows you to tap into basically the city portion without additional agreements with the county, and of course none of the school portion could be tapped. So it's a much smaller a source of funding. So we do need a dedicated source at the state level. But I would also say by you providing this local match, as it were, that's important leverage for when our nonprofit developers go in for tax credits, or now with cap and trade potential money to bring into the county. By demonstrating that local match, that actually makes us more competitive for those funds as well. So I commend you for that. And just quickly, really appreciate the $3 million in Measure A funds. I'm a proud resident of Daly City, and I voted and supported Measure A, and think this is a very appropriate use. And just wanted to ask in support of a request from the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County, if we might in that out year in Affordable Housing Fund 4.0, begin to condition the budget now so we have a maintenance of effort at that $6 million level, so don't have that drop off, and continue to move the pipeline just until we can really get some additional sources. As you know, practically 70% of affordable housing funds have gone away in terms of sequestration at the federal level and loss of redevelopment. But really appreciate your work on this. Thank you very much.
Joshua Hug.
Good morning, Mr. President and the rest of the board. Josh Hug, Housing Leadership Council. First, I want to thank you for the leadership that you've shown over the last several years through the downturn and the subsequent upturn in the economy, where the housing issue has been exacerbated immensely here, where new jobs are being created and housing for those new jobs is not. A recent report by the California Housing Partnership shows in the very low and extremely low income categories, which are typical service level jobs, we're running an approximate 24,000 unit deficit for those workers. So we have 6 workers for every unit that's affordable to those people. So the money that you've committed has really helped to keep the pipeline going for affordable housing here. And we would ask that to the extent possible that you would consider, as Mr. Lane put it, continue the maintenance of effort by maintaining, rather than decreasing the allocation from $6 million to $3 million, that you maintain that $6 million level through the allocation of either Measure A funds or some other mechanism. As you know, or may not know, across the county there is a countywide effort to consider the implementation of impact fees, development impact fees of both residential and commercial sorts. These are new sources of local funding. Until those discussions are had regarding the implementation, and then should they be implemented, until they actually acquire some money that can be leveraged on the local level, there is this continuing need to serve as a bridge through that period of time, and the funds that have been committing and are committing really helps to prop that up. I would also point out that in the efforts to those funds can also be leveraged with existing MHSA funds that have been leveraged in several projects. I know South City and San Mateo have both used MHSA funds for supportive housing. This will help provide additional vehicles that are currently sitting in the pipeline to which those clients can be served. So thank you.
Is Therese Dyer still here? I don't know if you may have, she left, and then Marty Fox is our final comment speaker.
Thank you again, President Pine, members of the board. Please, that $150,000 is so desperately needed. I know a young mother who's living in her car because she's paranoid and she doesn't want to go in a shelter anywhere, and she's got her 7-year-old daughter with her, and the county couldn't help her. And the grandparents are scraping by. They get her into a hotel about once every 3 or 4 days. Anything you could do there would help. Please take the Cordillera Center off the Real Property Manager's affordable housing list. It's already difficult enough for families to help their loved ones recover. Removing them even further from their families will make things twice as difficult to have effective treatment. And also, please take a look at HSA's Veteran Services Survey that was conducted before the current RFP process was initiated back in May. It's my understanding the Human Services Agency engaged an outside consultant last year that produced a report comparing San Mateo County's Veterans Services to other Bay Area counties. And also keep in mind that the RFP was issued on May 8th. It had a 21-day response time. We were told that there would be no extensions granted, and yet subsequent extensions have been granted. The whole RFP process needs a thorough examination to understand that the data that you're going to get from ASR is going to have a very limited value, and that's why I ask you to take a look at the earlier survey that was conducted and the county paid for. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public speakers. Supervisor Horsley?
I just have a few comments that, I actually, Supervisor Pine, I actually like your ideas of buying and renovating units. And actually, part of what we did when we had that $13.5 million, we did do that with a couple. Mm-hmm. I like the idea of the small units. I know in San Francisco they've talked about building apartments that are kind of micro apartments that are like 200 or 300 square feet. I do think that's a good idea. Of course, we'd have to change a lot of zoning regulations and building regulations in an area. I do like the idea of helping first-time home buyers. We do that with Heart. We could do a much better job if we had more funds. You know, until such time as I know the governor's talked about money coming out of the cap and trade project, that maybe there might be a pipeline of funds somewhere down the line. But until the state and the federal government come up with additional dedicated resources, and, you know, I do support having a maintenance of effort. And so while I'm really pleased to see a 2015-14 Affordable Housing Fund of $6 million, I actually, and I know we're going to have a lot of demands on Measure A funds, but I really think that we really need to keep that maintenance of effort of $6 million annually for a couple of years until such time as there potentially is other funding sources. And we don't know if that'll happen necessarily, but I just think that, you know, with even though $3 million appears to be pretty generous, it actually, you know, as we know, that just from the $5 million that we put out that NOFA, we had $8.5 million, and I'm sure that every year we're going to have similar kinds of requests. So I just think that we need to keep a maintenance of effort. One of the things I do know from my limited experience with housing now on both Hart and Hope is that there are developers out there, and they'll go wherever the funding is available. And if our funding starts to diminish, they'll end up going someplace else. Now, that may be okay, except the problem is that we have really a crisis in San Mateo County. And so I really, you know, and maybe not the time to decide on Measure A, but I pretty much feel that we really need to have a maintenance of effort, make sure that we keep that funding up so that we can continue to make some progress for affordable housing for our residents.
Might I suggest that we take action on what we have today, but put that in, put your suggestion in your measure.
I agree. We
the
will
Measure
do
A
that. Yeah.
request
Yeah.
bucket, because
We will do that.
okay.
Mr. President, that's actually what I was going to say is I think, you know, there's a lot of things coming down the pike, and you mentioned we've been talking about this at MTC quite a bit, this whole thing around cap and trade.
Yeah.
I think it behooves us to adopt what's here today, but also make a concerted effort to go after dollars in our community. And, you know, we also have a lot of monies that were through the Plan Bay Area that are sort of combining transportation and housing as well. So, you know, as much as Measure A seems like the deepest pot in the world, it really isn't. And I worry that we should go after some of those other funds first and then leverage some of that. I understand, you know, wanting to keep the maintenance of effort. I think that discussion maybe could take place during Measure A discussions as well. So I don't want to lose sight of it, but I'd really like us to tap into some of that state and federal money and maybe even have more to leverage with that. So, and just adopt this today and keep working on it because I think there's a lot of potential here. So I'm going to make the motion for that.
Just going to add one other thing through the president, and not a comment on the maintenance of effort, but frankly, in this discussion, even from the housing advocates, the cities, by and large, have been left out of this discussion. They've received substantial redevelopment agencies money back, and many of them had no intention to spend the 20% set aside. But I think that they need to be part of this discussion. It's sometimes easy just to come to the county because we're one agency, but there are 20 cities, and most of the housing in this county exists in the cities, and frankly, the advocates need to be before city councils as well.
Okay. So I'm going to make that motion that we accept this report and direct the staff to take these steps and then continue for further discussion around the affordable housing with our Measure A and with the cities.
And I'll second your motion.
There's been a motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Aye. All right, we're going to take a recess. There's two land use items that we'll consider in the afternoon. When we reconvene in about 5 minutes or so, we'll get into the smoking ordinances. And for those who have come for that, apologize for the long wait. It's hard to calibrate these items. Thank you. Yeah,
stick them on there.
Yeah, mobile homes are kind of micro. They're ahead of their time. We're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting, and County Manager Malpe will go ahead and take your manager report at the end, if you have one, and we'll proceed now with the ordinances concerning smoking and e-cigarettes. Go ahead, Supervisor Groom or Supervisor Tissier?
Thank you very much. We're going to do the e-cigarettes first. And they have become more prevalent in recent years with minimal regulation. They contain, in our opinion, dangerous chemicals similar to other tobacco products and cigarettes. They contain nicotine, toxin, and particulates that damage the lungs, as well as harmful chemicals known to cause cancer and birth defects. E-cigarettes renormalize tobacco use as well as target a youth market through its marketing, flavored products. In order to maintain the county's smoke-free policies and protect public health, Supervisor Tissier and I think it's essential that we include e-cigarettes in the definition of smoking and tobacco products. So we have three folks are going to speak about this. Edith Calbusle, who is the San Mateo County Health System Chronic Disease and Injury Prevention Director. Dr. Scott Morrow, the San Mateo County Health Officer, and Karen Lecavoli-Farnkoff, who is from Breathe, California, and she is chair of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Council. After they finish, I think Adrian and I will have some comments to make, but we'll have the professional speakers first.
Board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers, members of the public, good morning. My name is Edith Kabuslai. I'm with the San Mateo County Health System Chronic Disease and Injury Prevention Unit. And the slides are ready. Thank you. So what we want to give you this morning is an overview of electronic smoking devices. Talk about what the research is showing us about the health effects of electronic smoking devices. Tell you about what national public health organizations as well as the World Health Organization is recommending around these devices. We will tell you about the impact of these devices on our youth, their marketing and availability, as well as the responses that communities have had to electronic smoking devices in the U.S. and in California. So just as an overview, what are electronic cigarettes? Electronic smoking devices, also called e-cigarettes, hookah pens, vape pens, they come by very many names, are devices that mimic the experience of smoking traditional cigarettes. They are made of metal, a tiny heating coil, and a battery. Typically, liquid nicotine is poured into e-cigarettes and heated up. The nicotine is then turned into aerosol that smokers inhale and exhale. Other substances, such as alcohol, spices, and marijuana oil, can be used in these devices. They can come in disposable forms that people only use one time and then throw away. They also come in refillable forms where people can buy bottles that they can refill their e-cigarettes with. So what's in the aerosol of electronic smoking devices? E-liquids form an aerosol when heated, and they're not just harmless water vapor. Depending on the brand of product that you're looking at, this aerosol contains nicotine, toxins, and ultrafine particles that are inhaled and trapped in the lungs. They also contain 10 chemicals that the state of California's Proposition 65 list as chemicals that cause cancer, birth defects, and reproductive harm. And chemicals from aerosol are absorbed by the bloodstream and delivered to the brain and other organs. And specific to secondhand aerosol and specific to nicotine, we should be aware that the absorption of nicotine, whether it comes from electronic smoking devices or regular cigarettes, will be absorbed by individuals at similar rates. And for us to know that secondhand aerosol from electronic smoking devices contain ultrafine particles that may cause cancer, birth defects, and other reproductive harms. So this slide shows you a little bit about the side effects of nicotine, and it lists very many items from its impacts on your blood, your lungs, muscular system, gastrointestinal system, your central nervous system, your heart, your endocrine system. And while this contains a whole lot of different issues that we should be concerned about, it doesn't even include the term addiction, which is one of the main issues that we are concerned with tobacco use or electronic smoking devices use. And one of the things that we wanted to have you become alert to is the fact that there's been a recent increase in e-cigarette related poisonings across the country and also specific to California. This graph you're looking at is from the California Poison Control System, and it shows that between 2010 and 2013, there's been a tremendous increase in the number of calls that poison control systems have gotten related to poisoning, related to electronic smoking devices. The National Association of County and City Officials urged the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, to enact strict regulations on e-cigarettes. And in the meantime, while the FDA is working out those regulations, NACHO is recommending that we broadly define the language to our local legislation to include electronic smoking devices, and also that we require tobacco retail licenses for merchants to be able to sell e-cigarettes. And Dr. Morrow, in the interest of time, will forego his comments, but he will be available for questions as they come up, and I will turn it over to Ms. Licavoli.
Good afternoon, President, members of the Board of Supervisors, and my colleagues out there supporting this issue. Clearly, e-cigarettes are a public health concern on behalf of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition. They are not regulated generally by the FDA, and nor are they regulated specifically by the FDA as a cessation device. Oh, I gotta do walk and chew gum, don't I? So the youth targeting market, you may remember in 1998 when there was a master settlement agreement that was prohibiting advertisements for towards young people, that included cartoons. E-cigarettes have brought all that back, and you can take a look at these slides. You can see that the left top one is something that's related to and showing you this someone smoking e-cigarette device. This is from an adult book series from the Hunger Games. The top right shows someone looking like they're eating some sort of candy, pixie sticks, and all kinds of yummy flavors like peach, apple pie, cinnamon bun, pina colada, yummy. And then the bottom is a use of cartoons. So all this was outlawed for regular cigarettes in 1998, and the tobacco industry is back on track with promoting these images and products to our young people once again. And this is being shown also not only by the fact that the way that the marketing is done, but also the fact the number of stores that have the uptake in selling e-cigarettes in California. A survey was done over 7,000 retail stores, and approximately 40% of these retail stores sold tobacco, also sold e-cigarettes. That is an increase from just 2 years previously, when it was only 12% of stores sold e-cigarettes. So from 12% to 46% in less than 2 years shows that this is a huge proliferation that has gone unregulated and unaccounted for in our community. So this is also availability, marketing. This has also led to the rise in youth use. So in just 1 year I will show you that, the use of e-cigarettes more than doubled for students in grades 6 to 12 nationally. Adolescents who use e-cigarettes are more likely to become established cigarette smokers than non-users. And studies suggest that youth who may have otherwise never smoked cigarettes are becoming addicted to nicotine through e-cigarettes. So e-cigarettes have become the new gateway drug to smoking regular cigarettes because of people have seen some of the marketing here and the availability, but people just anecdotally, they are marketing these to young people through making them look cool. They match your outfit, your nail polish, and they make this a whole big package. And our concern at the Tobacco Education Coalition has become, because these are e-cigarettes are visually similar to traditional cigarette and tobacco products, which you'll see, the ones that are advertised, the blue products, they're advertised in magazines and on television. This causes confusion around establishments who want to comply with smoke-free laws. It's hard to tell what they're smoking, so this is a concern for those who want to be in compliance with our smoke-free laws. The use of electronic cigarettes in smoke-free location also threatens to reverse the progress that has been made in establishing our social norm that smoking is not permissible in public places or in places of employment. And quite honestly, this is, I think, a really huge issue for the coalition and for Breathe California in particular, that this is a rollback of 22 years of tobacco control movement efforts and ordinances and policies to change the norms around what is appropriate around smoking, which has a huge impact in reducing smoking. It has increased quit rates. It also has reduced the impact on youth seeing this modeling behavior in our public places. And now we're seeing that uptick, and that's shown by the previous slide. That's also being reflected in use amongst youth. The use of electronic cigarettes in smoke-free locations increased the social acceptability and the appeal of smoking, particularly for young people, which is, as I mentioned, undermining the progress that we've made for so many years. The state law right now, California law, is that it prohibits the sale of e-cigarettes to minors. And we know that that is also something that not all retailers are in compliance with, just like they're not all in compliance with selling tobacco and regular cigarettes to minors. Some states have enacted some form of usage ban in public places, such as schools and government buildings. Just locally, people know San Francisco, in last January, they adopted a policy exactly like the one that was recommended by Nacho, which they changed the definition around smoking, their smoking definition to include vaping and all the other bookmarks for what you would call some kind of e-cigarette or vaping device, and they also include that in for their tobacco retail. They're also looking into including that for their tobacco retailer license. So, specifically in South San Francisco, they prohibit the use of electronic e-cigarettes inside city buildings within 20 feet of an entrance, exit. They've attempted to address this to some extent, city-owned around when it comes to the city in particular, and when that's pretty comprehensive. But again, it doesn't include they don't include a lot of other places that we need to regulate, like workplaces and restaurants and bars. Daly City has business that sells e-cigarettes. They must obtain a retailer permit, and that the vaping is nicotine or any other kind of e-cigarette device. It's a very comprehensive definition, is not allowed in areas where smoking of traditional cigarettes has been banned. So Daly City, I think, has been the most comprehensive so far. And I just urge you to adopt this policy that makes vaping or any other kind of similar type of smoking as to regular smoking, to equate it with regular smoking, so that wherever regular smoking is prohibited, it's prohibited. E-cigarette smoking is also prohibited. Like I mentioned before, we need to stop this rollback of 22 years of efforts done by the tobacco movement. And so I urge you to consider this, and if you have any questions, Dr. Morrow is available. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. You go back a long way with working on a tobacco-free environment. And first off, I'd like to commend my colleague and her staff for they did a lot of the heavy lifting on this, and spending time talking about it, I really recognize that, this ordinance that we're talking about really spells out very clearly the risks of electronic cigarettes and how it hurts the public health efforts that we've made in this county. And I'm really concerned about the targeting of our youth. I mean, we've worked so hard in our county to encourage people not to smoke, and then to make it look glamorous and make it attractive to youth is very troubling to me. And I appreciate the fact that my hometown, Daly City, has taken a big lead in this. And so I, along with my colleague, would encourage the rest of my colleagues to support this effort because I think it goes a long way to hopefully get other cities in our county and other surrounding counties to recognize that we don't need to go backwards. We need to continue forward and encourage people to not smoke any of these products and that they're very hazardous to their health and to the health of our communities. So I would encourage that we adopt this. And if you want, I'm happy to make a motion to adopt this.
We will have some speakers. Oh, well,
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you had more speakers.
well, actually, I guess a question for the audience. It appears that all the speakers, they probably want to speak to the next item, the multi-unit housing item. Mr. Stewart, you marked 12, but I assume you want to speak to the latter, or do you want to speak to both? Because right now, we're looking at the e-cigarette ordinance, and next we'll do the multi-unit ordinance. If you'd like to speak now, you're free, or you can speak on both occasions, or anyone who wants to speak obviously can. But it seems like people are waiting to speak to the next item.
So I would second that motion, and just add that, first off, great deal of thank you goes to the entire health department and to our legal counsel who we've been working on this for almost 3 years. We've done a lot of public outreach. We've done a lot of we've done a lot of speaking to outside groups talking about this, so that, but I think Adrian hit it on the head, this is really, the youth market is what we want to protect. The San Mateo County Youth Commission has taken a position on this and would like us to enact this ordinance. They see it all the time in their schools. They see the trouble that it's bringing, and so I think that's enough for me to say. But
Mr. President, could I just ask a quick question? Thank you. The speaker mentioned 7,000 retail stores in America. In California, 7,000. Do we happen to know how many in San Mateo County, or how many in unincorporated areas of San Mateo County? And, well, let me stop there.
We don't know specifically how many are unincorporated San Mateo County, but last summer we conducted a survey with 599 stores in San Mateo County. That doesn't include all the stores. It didn't include the stores that were new to the area in between when the state came up with the list, but we have over 600 retailers that we knew of who sell tobacco retailers specifically.
And do we happen to, thank you for the information, do we happen to know how many in the unincorporated area, and just as an example, in North Fair Oaks, for instance?
We haven't mapped them out specific to unincorporated area.
Okay,
But
thank
that's
you.
something we can do
Thank
before
you.
the next time you meet.
I just had one kind of technical question for legal counsel. So in the next ordinance, which is the prohibition on smoking in multi-unit residence, we exempt marijuana, but here medical marijuana, yeah. But here, in addition to including e-cigarettes in the definition of smoking, we also include marijuana. So, are we going to have any conflicts between these statutes? Those that can coexist. In other words, we define it here as smoking, but then later on in the next statute, I guess that's all right. I guess the second would trump the first.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. We were just sidebarring on that because, you're right. I mean, the second ordinance, of course, is an ordinance to deal with smoking behavior within a residence in housing. Right. And so that's really where the conversation arose about how do we treat, a lawful medical marijuana prescription when someone, is using it in their home. And that's really the context of the conversation. But I don't know that, I don't know if anyone over there in health talked about, or there was ever a discussion about whether we would need to include medical marijuana as a lawful activity within 4.96, the 4.96 ordinance, which is this ordinance we're considering now. But
Yeah,
I don't know if there's any any inconsistency, if you will.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Well, I
we're
guess
probably
that-
okay.
Yeah, I guess, and maybe it's something we get a report back on. I don't want to delay things today, but just as long as, I think we just want to treat medical marijuana consistently as appropriate. That's. All right, any other questions or comments? I guess we're ready for a motion.
I think we have. a
Oh,
motion
excuse
and a
me.
second.
We had the motion and a second by Supervisor Groom. All in favor?
Aye.
Very good. And now we'll move to the proposed ordinance on limitation of smoking in multi-unit residence.
Thank you, President Pine. In March, I asked for a study session to look at the issue of secondhand smoke exposure in multi-unit housing facilities. We heard from a Stanford University study that demonstrates the airflow of secondhand smoke between units that share walls, ceilings, and floors. Furthermore, the study showed how smoke travels between ventilation systems through door and window openings and even outlets. The health system data has shown the health impacts to children and seniors exposed to secondhand smoke, as well as the cost to the county in treating smoke-related illnesses. As we all know, the cost of living in this area is such that multi-unit housing facilities, apartments and condominiums, have become a much-needed resource for seniors, low-income communities, and young families just getting started. It's essential that I believe that we protect the health of these residents and continue to promote healthy environment for all residents. So, Adrian and I have viewed this along again with the workshops that we've had, discussions with community members, discussion with the health department, this is just a health issue. We spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in this county on health and prevention programs, and then to not take into account what secondhand smoke does, I think is something that we really need to look very closely and think very hard about. This is not a new ordinance. This is not a new idea. Other cities, other counties in California have adopted it. What we have done is tried to take the best of those existing ordinances. We have worked with Daly City and Belmont and Santa Clara County, and then other cities in the state of California. So we think that we have come up with what the best of what's out there. And again, this is just for the unincorporated areas, but I have a hope that in addition to what we did with the bag ordinances and what we've done with other ordinances, that we can work with our cities in our county and see if we can't adopt something like this throughout the entire county. Again, it's a health issue, and it's about the young people. Our Commission on Youth has fully endorsed this and asked me to relay to you their concerns about their young compatriots smoking, and we need to kind of stop this if we can and work hard to do it. So again, with that, let me introduce the same cast of characters, and they will give you the more serious details.
President Pine, members of the board, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers, this time, good afternoon. Again, my name is Edith Kapuslai. I am with the San Mateo County Health System Chronic Disease and Injury Prevention Program. I just want to walk through some of the timelines and provide you with a public health overview about the ordinance that you have in front of you today. So back in March, as Supervisor Groom mentioned, you had a study session related to smoke-free multi-unit housing facilities, and Dr. Kleypas from Stanford University came to present to you. Since that study session, we have met with the North Fair Oaks Community Council and presented to them the different components of the ordinance, and the North Fair Oaks Community Council has recommended this ordinance for approval by your board. We've also provided a presentation to the San Mateo County Association of Realtors and the California Apartment Association related to this ordinance. We've had several discussions with the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition, and Ms. Licavoli will be speaking on their behalf in a little bit. And we've had a communication with the San Mateo County Housing Authority related to this ordinance and seeking to get their feedback. So by now, I'm sure you know about some of the health and cost implications related to smoking and secondhand smoke, but I'm going to go through them really quickly. Cigarette smoking causes heart disease, several kinds of cancer, and chronic lung disease. Tobacco smoke is one of the most common asthma triggers, especially for our children. And tobacco smoke, including secondhand smoke, is unhealthy for everyone, especially people with asthma, per the CDC. Specific to San Mateo County, the billed costs for hospitalizations due to smoking-attributed conditions in the 5 years between 2006 and 2010 was $575,181,560, and broken down to annual numbers, we're spending in this county, or we are billing in this county, $115 million a year to smoking-attributed conditions. And a little bit more detail on that. We had a project a couple summers ago to take a look at hospitalization costs in San Mateo County. And what I wanted to point out to you, we provided you with numbers, My little red dot is missing. We provide you with numbers that are specific to the San Mateo Medical Center, but we also provide you with numbers for all of the hospitals in San Mateo County. And we just wanted you to concentrate on the numbers in red. And ultimately, that's the conclusion of that study was that we're spending over $575 million in that 5-year period on tobacco, on smoking attributable treatment costs in San Mateo County. So wanted to share with you some of the recommendations from the World Health Organization who says that there is no safe level of exposure to tobacco smoke, and any notion that a threshold value for toxicity from secondhand smoke should be rejected, as they are contradicted by scientific evidence. Also, World Health Organization considers voluntary smoke-free policies to be ineffective and do not provide adequate protection for people. In order to be effective, the World Health Organization believes that legislation should be simple, clear, and enforceable. Pediatrics Journal talk about most children without known secondhand smoke exposure, so even if the adults around them are not using tobacco, still show evidence of exposure to tobacco smoke, and that children in apartments had higher mean cotinine levels than children in detached homes. And that potential causes for this result could be seepage through walls or shared ventilation systems. Smoking bans in multi-unit housing may reduce children's exposure to tobacco smoke. Also, the U.S. Surgeon General stated in the 2006 report on the health effects of secondhand smoke that eliminating smoking in individual units in common areas is the only way to guarantee full protection from secondhand smoke indoors. Cleaning the air with air cleaning systems or ventilating buildings cannot prevent exposure. However, shared heating, ventilating, and air conditioning systems can circulate secondhand smoke throughout a residential building. And as I also mentioned with the last ordinance, Dr. Morrow is available for questions as needed, but for now I'll turn it over to Ms. Licavoli.
Good afternoon again. So I'll be speaking on behalf of the San Mateo County Tobacco Education Coalition and as well as Breathe California, a longtime member of the coalition. I think Supervisor Groom refreshed our memories about the Stanford study regarding the airflow studies that you heard from Neil Klipis when he came through here. So I won't repeat that. And then I think also she did a nice overview at the hot spots, the indoor pathways that are well known for tobacco smoke to come in. Though surprising they may be, Neil Klipis has been able to actually show that this is indeed these are indeed common drifting spots for secondhand smoke. So just to let you know, the Tobacco Education Coalition did conduct some research. We did research with our other partners, the Youth Leadership Institute and the Sunset Tobacco Education Project, and we surveyed over 400 people in San Mateo County that showed 100% of the tenants believe that secondhand smoke is harmful. 95% were bothered by tobacco in their apartments, and residents that were surveyed throughout San Mateo County were overwhelmingly between 75 and 79% in support of smoke-free multi-unit housing. So any policy that you would pass today, you would have support of tenants throughout a tenant sample throughout San Mateo County. So what have communities done? To date, 55 communities throughout California have enacted some kind of smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance. Many of them have 100% of the units that are smoke-free, and this also includes condos and townhouses. Belmont's ordinance, just to give you kind of a rundown what is also going on in this county, Belmont ordinance includes apartments and condos and townhouses that share common floors and ceilings. And I think many people are aware the difference between Belmont and what you've done is the fact that you've included side to side. So so not only do you have floor to ceiling, which is what Belmont covers, they forgot or intentionally left out the side to side piece, which is where people do share walls more than just ceilings and floors. Daly City has also adopted this ordinance that does not include condos or townhouses, and Foster City did include, also adopted a smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance that did not include condos, but they are still, including condos is still on the table. As many of you probably know, there are multiple jurisdictions in San Mateo County that want to follow the county's example. So they really are looking towards to you to find out what the industry standard should be on what this multi-unit housing policy should look like, because they're well aware that there are some what's being proposed here today is more comprehensive than anything that's been passed in the county thus far. So people want to talk about voluntary policies, and as Edith mentioned, that's not quite recommended on our national level, but this is an argument that's used on the local level. But just so you know, that what we've heard is that, and what I personally have heard from property owners, that they've expressed frustration about trying to implement smoke-free policies when it's not the law. So they need more support coming from government jurisdictions to be able to move forward with this, and that they would feel more comfortable if they felt like they could point to some power larger than them. The condo associations have a lot of challenges in getting residents to agree on a voluntary policy. I think people know that you have to get over 51% of the residents, not just voting members, to vote in any kind of change. So that's very challenging for to even be able to get to that point where you can actually have that vote. And you'll be hearing from condo owners themselves about how challenging this process is, so I won't say much more about that. And then low-income communities are less likely to live in facilities with voluntary smoke-free policies. So again, that this protection needs to happen across the board. So the next big question that we encounter is, should there be exemptions? And what I feel strongly about, and the Tobacco Education Coalition feels strongly about, is that this ordinance is intended to be public health based and is to protect everyone from the exposure to secondhand smoke. The seepage of smoke between units is determined by design and not whether units are owned or rented. So this is what we are proposing, is design over ownership. It doesn't matter who owns it. We need to protect everyone, whether they're tenants or owners. And the design is what's spelled out in floors, ceilings, walls, wall to walls. Enforcement of this exemption would be challenging. If we do exempt condos, for example, because especially as apartments get converted to ownership units or vice versa, many ownership units are also rented out. So you're not able to have consistent enforcement, and that causes confusion if people have certain expectations if they were to move into a certain type of multi-unit housing. So again, design over ownership protects everybody regardless, and that's what that is what is most important for public health across the board. So we would like to urge you all today to take leadership in this issue. Many jurisdictions are looking toward you that for a model that can be used throughout San Mateo County that would be the most protective of public health. So thank you very much for your consideration, and thank you very much for all your hard work and thoughts on this process and this issue in general. So thank you very much. Questions for anyone?
Okay, we do have a number of speakers. You had a chance to get through the folks you had set up. Okay, so I think we have about 10 speakers. Again, each person can take up to 2 minutes, but you can be under that too. So why don't we start with representatives from the realtors and the apartment owners to begin with. So Rovi Antonio.
Good morning, President, members of the board, and county staff. I am Rovilyn Antonio, Government Affairs Director for the California Apartment Association. We represent over 3,000 property owners and managers and members of the rental housing industry in the San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Santa Cruz counties. CAA Tri-County supports the county's efforts to keep residents living in unincorporated areas safe from secondhand smoke, and we agree with the findings that the use of tobacco poses health dangers and hazards. While we believe that the multifamily development communities should continue to have the right to impose their own smoke-free housing policies, CAA Tri-County does not oppose the ordinance presented to you and recommended for adoption by Supervisors Groom and TCA. We believe that this ordinance was crafted carefully and have considered all various stakeholders' input. The ordinance also has requirements that are reasonable and consistent with other jurisdictions that we've worked with on developing a smoking ordinance, such as the Santa Clara County, cities of San Jose, Menlo Park, Belmont, and most recently, Foster City. We commend the city for reaching out to the rental housing industry during the development stage and giving us the opportunity to sit down with county staff and board aides to discuss the provisions of the ordinance and its effect on rental housing providers and operators. Specifically, we thank you for considering our feedback and incorporating suggested language to address our concerns on landlord and property manager liabilities and compliance requirements. We believe that the ordinance before you is one that the rental housing industry can support and adopt with limited operational constraints. We look forward to working with the county to reach out to multifamily owners and operators to help ensure compliance of the law. Thank you again for partnering with us on what we feel is an equitable smoke-free policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Stewart, followed by Scott Schell.
Honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Paul Stewart. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the San Mateo County Association of Realtors. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our input on the proposal to ban smoking in residential dwelling units in the unincorporated area of San Mateo County. San Mateo County Association of Realtors urges the Board of Supervisors to adopt this proposal, with one exception. We would request that the board amend section 4.97.020 part 3, which relates to exemptions, to read, it already includes detached single-family residences or a detached single-family home with a detached or attached in-law or second unit pursuant to a variety of government codes, and the amendment would be to include townhomes or condominiums that are owned. We have no commentary relative to the requirements in the ordinance that deal with leased or rental units, with apartments. What we're looking at are units that are owned. While there exists no constitutional right to smoke, nor to ban smoking, as presently proposed, the ordinance draws an unequal distinction between owners of single-family homes and those who own townhomes or condominiums. We believe that such a distinction is inequitable. In many areas, townhomes and condos can be constructed without shared walls or ventilation systems, and the owners of each unit also own the land upon which the unit is built. In Belmont, as was noted, it's been in effect for 7 years. They've had one complaint. In Daly City, townhomes and condominiums are exempted. Foster City will make that determination in 2 weeks. The point we're making is, as an advocate for homeowners, buyers, and sellers, imagine telling someone, I'm going to take the same amount of time they did. Imagine telling someone who just paid...
I'll give you a little extra time, but
what's that?
I'll give you a little extra time, but you do need to wrap up. I'll give you a little extra time, but you should wrap up.
Okay.
No, you go ahead. You can go ahead and take another 30 seconds. But
You sure about that? All right. Just one last sentence to underscore the point we're making. Imagine telling a buyer who just paid $862,000 for a townhome in Daly City, Burlingame, Foster City, Atherton, or Half Moon Bay, in which, for purposes of our testimony, represents 20% less than the median price of a home in San Mateo County, that they are now prohibited from smoking or performing any other legally allowed activity in their own home. Thank you.
Okay. We now have Scott Shell, followed by Louise Beacons.
President Pine, distinguished members of the supervisors of the council, Mr. Maltby and Mr. Byers, members of the public. My name is Scott Shell. I live in Foster City, California. President Pine, I wanted to thank you, sir, for your recognition of the military. I'm an honorably discharged infantry officer and a West Point graduate. In the Bay Area, it's uncommon to hear such comments, and I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. My quick comment is it took me about 11 months to overcome a vexatious and offensive and aggressive neighbor who lived 20 feet below me, who smoked no fewer than 20 hours a day. I calculated at the rate of his and his wife smoking to have smoked approximately 120 cigarettes between the two of them. My building was cooperative in that they relocated the couple in question to another unit further down, unfortunately also on the same level. So I think their new neighbors will experience the same situation I just was relieved of, but rather than abandon this issue or cause, I would like to contribute my comments in support of the outright banning of smoking in multi-family residence buildings such as mine. I don't have the luxury of owning my own home yet. I support the participatory democracy and have fought for it as a soldier. And I encourage everyone to exercise their individual rights as citizens to voice their concerns and opinions on the matter, and encourage each and every member of the board here and participant today to carefully consider the public's health. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Louise Beacons, followed by Olga Rodko.
Members of the board, a very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Louise Beacons. I come to you as an aggrieved condo homeowner to ask that you please pass an ordinance prohibiting smoking in multi-unit housing. My condo is one of 7-unit building with common walls, adjoining balconies and patios. I have lived there for 14 years, and for the last 4 years it has been a nightmare because a new neighbor moved in who smokes on his patio, where the smoke drifts into my condo through open windows, doors, electrical outlets, cracks, etc. I have had 2 collapsed lungs and eye disease, and my doctors have told me to avoid secondhand smoke. Therefore, his smoking has necessitated me to close the windows and doors most of the time, causing me to be a prisoner in my own home. This is particularly tough on hot summer days when I would like to have relief from being a prisoner and breathe the fresh air or sit outside in my garden without the smoke burning my eyes, lungs, and throat and festering the eye disease. I have traveled the recommended route to remediation. Number 1, I contacted him in person and asked that he please discontinue smoking where it will blow into my home. Number 2, I contacted the HOA, who declared it a nuisance, but have little power of enforcement. And 3, I contacted the Tobacco Education Coalition, who sent him notices on 2 different occasions. To date, all attempts have failed. Often people suggest that the HOAs amend their CC&Rs to prohibit smoking, but as I was informed by legal counsel and verified on my own, this is almost never accomplished, as it is costly and takes a majority vote of the homeowners and is next to impossible to obtain. Sometimes community members and legislators are concerned about preserving the freedom of a condo owner to smoke in his property.
Just need to wrap up, though.
Thank you. To this point, I point out that freedom does not extend to harming others, but that there is no legal right to smoke. In closing, I ask, because I'm at an impasse, I make my impassioned plea. My only and last resort, short of having a legal action against him, which I can't afford, is for you to pass this ordinance prohibiting smoking, including condos, and that smoking for existing condo owners not be grandfathered in. Please help me regain my health. When you can't breathe, nothing else matters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Olga Rado, followed by Nika Rapkin. There's Olga.
Good afternoon. My name is Olga Radem. I am a resident of Foster City and member of San Mateo Tobacco Education Coalition. I'm here because I have seen how tobacco smoke hurts people in their apartments and condo. It is a terrible thing, especially for low-income people. You would be amazed if you saw how people live with smoke coming into their unit every day and making them sick. For many people, it makes their headache, eyes burn, their throat itch. They will sleep in the living room instead of their bedrooms. Many low-income families have children with asthma. They live in fear because they know that neighbor smoking could mean another visit to emergency room tonight. And for all those people, they are now more likely to get cancer or cardiovascular disease, all because of their neighbor is smoking inside. Because people are allowed to smoke indoor, innocent residents are exposed a terrible toxin on daily basis. They became trapped in their homes. The smoker has a choice to smoke outside or not to smoke at all. But these people that I'm talking about don't have a choice. You might wonder why they just move, but they have a jobs and a community and school for their children. Why should they have to leave their home? And anyway, for poor people, everybody knows the Bay Area is an expensive place to live. Many people just cannot afford it to move. So I thank you for considering this important law. Going smoke-free is the only way to protect the residents of San Mateo County who live in multi-unit housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nika Rapkin, followed by Carol Setzer.
Good afternoon. My name is Nika Rapkin, and I'm the director of Sunset Project. I work with condos and apartments in San Mateo County, and I'm also a member of the San Mateo Tobacco Education Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of smoke-free housing. So at this point, it's commonly understood that drifting smoke in multi-unit complexes is an urgent public health issue. As much as 65% of air is shared between units, so all it takes is one smoker deciding to smoke indoors to choke up an entire complex. So cities and counties all over the state, dozens so far, are adopting these kinds of laws. And each time, we hear the same misplaced arguments in opposition. So I'd like to address 3 of those now. Argument number 1 we hear is that government shouldn't control what we do in our homes. But when it comes to safety and security, there are always rules. I can't crank up the volume of my electric guitar at 2 a.m. I've got to be careful of the lead in my paint. I need permits for various kinds of construction. It's my home, but the things that I do in it affect my neighbors, and that goes double if I share a wall in a building with other people, whether I own my unit or not. Common argument number 2. We should just leave it to the apartment manager or the condo HOA to change the rules. But we know from experience that most managers won't, and most condo owners don't or can't. I'm working with the condo complex right now. They're lucky because they can actually get a voting quorum to change the rules. Most condos can't get enough voters to the table, so the proposed change is dead in the water before they even begin. But even with the votes, the HOA I'm working with can't afford to hire a lawyer to change the rules, to modify the CC&Rs. So they're hoping for a law because their condo can't go smoke-free any other way. Common argument number 3. What about the smokers? The bottom line is that smokers have a choice. They can, and many do, go outside to smoke. Their non-smoking neighbors have no choice but to move. So this law is an urgent and meaningful way to protect the public health of the citizens and residents of San Mateo County, and we appreciate your consideration of this important law.
Thank you. We have Carol Setzer, followed by Tanya Dugrovsky.
Thank you for your cooperation and this privilege to speak. When someone demands a right that harms others, that goes lower than the animals. I've observed animals. They have a great consideration for each other, especially if they are in a farm. There are people who live lower than animals. Let me give you an example of our condominium complex. A mother had opened the window so that her newborn baby could have air. She later realized smoke was coming in. She went to the window and asked the 8 smokers out there, please, my baby needs air, it's very hot, and the baby is having problems breathing. please don't smoke. And they said, we're 25 feet away from your window. We have the right to smoke. And furthermore, we're on public property. She shut the window. They finished their smoking and then threw the butts on her yard. Things like that continue. Now, there are better smokers who say the only responsible thing to do is to go off the campus. And there's a reason. The 30-foot consideration bothers me because I've been in situations where they were 60 feet away, a gust of wind came, and it was as if the wind were blowing the smoke. In other words, a smoker was right across the table from me and blowing smoke right into my face. Let me tell you something else. Parents have come to me and said, we have a baby, and there's one woman down the hall who smokes constantly, and the baby is smelling it. Let me tell you one thing.
Thank you.
Please give me a little more time.
Just,
I've spent 2.5 years on this, and I have also been
A
injured.
few more, you take a
Thank
few more
you.
seconds, but we do have to move on.
Babies, if they smell smoke and it goes through their nostrils, it passes the membrane and goes right into their brain to cause damage. Also, secondhand smoke causes dementia and loss of hearing, which has not been mentioned. And one other thing. I have seen people dying from smoke. Smoke gently wafts in to the lungs, but a knife will kill you right away.
Okay.
And
thank
these
you.
people pray for the knife.
Thank you. You made your point.
All right,
now.
legalize.
Could we,
Just 1 second.
disconnect the
Legalize.
speaker, please. Thank you very much. We're now going to call Danya Degrovsky, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Dubrovsky, and I am a project coordinator for Sunset Project and a member of San Mateo Tobacco Educational Coalition. In my work for Sunset Project, I receive many calls from tenants and landlords who are having problems with drifting tobacco smoke. Many times, it is only 1 or 2 smokers who cause the entire complex to become an unsafe place to live. We know from years of experience nationwide, this is the only way to solve this problem is for multi-unit housing to go smoke-free. Sometimes people argue that we should just wait and let the individual landlord or condo HOA figure it out for themselves. But I know from experience that the most landlord and HOAs won't take any steps. For HOAs, it's just too complicated and expensive. It is usually impossible to get enough members to vote. It can cost money to hire a lawyer to amend the CCNRs. In apartment, management usually refuses to take actions. Sometimes it is because management change hands too often. Sometimes it's just because management doesn't care. Sometimes it's because the apartment is owned by a big statewide company that does not pay much attention to individual buildings. Sometimes landlords tell me what they would prefer to have their building to be smoke-free, but they're waiting for the law. Meanwhile, this is an urgent issue for many residents. They cannot wait any longer and have to decide whether to stay or move. It is a tragic situation, especially since it will be easier solved if the smoker just smoke outside. I see this happen over and over again, and this is way I do not believe we can wait for landlord or HOAs to solve the drifting smoke for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Z. Huthen, and followed by Camille Restua.
Good afternoon. Sorry, my throat is I'm losing my voice, so I'll keep it short. My name is Zakia Hussein, and I'm a organizer at the Youth Leadership Institute, and I'm also a member at the Tobacco Education Coalition. We have been working on this for many years, and Anthony, who's from another organizer at the Youth Leadership Institute, has met with Supervisor Slocum many times with young people. A lot of the young people that I work with live in multi-unit housings, and they have to experience, secondhand smoke, and it makes them sick. You know, they don't feel good. They have younger siblings, and I would urge you guys to have a policy or an ordinance that includes condos, townhomes, and multi-unit housing, because landlords and property owners won't make those rules. It's, you know, they're waiting for actual policy. So I hope that you guys can include all these and add in existing properties that have smoking as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Camille Ristua.
Good afternoon. I'm Camille. I'm also a student from San Francisco State University, and I'm currently interning at Breathe, California in Daly City. As a resident living in Daly City, I speak on behalf of my friends who are living in apartments in Daly City. A friend that I'm close with has had a very difficult time living there because of her constant exposure to secondhand smoke every day. She doesn't smoke, and she dislikes the smell because of how sick it makes her feel. Every day, she has to breathe the same air of the smoker living in her same apartment. She could smell the smoke through her doorways, windows, and ventilation systems. She would always feel nauseous, lightheaded, and have a major headache. Sometimes she would even have a very difficult time sleeping at night. As a close friend and knowing her for 4 years, her health is a major concern because I know that she is very sensitive to indoor and outdoor allergens. And being exposed to secondhand smoke every day is not going to make that any better. However, Daly City has adopted a smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance that protects residents in over 7,000 units. And thanks to this policy, my friend's living conditions has improved significantly and is living much happier. The only way to protect our residents from secondhand smoke is to ban smoking. So I also support the notion in supporting and adopting a smoke-free ordinance in all multi-unit housing residents in San Mateo County. I think it's really important that everyone has the right to breathe smoke-free air. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment. Appreciate all the speakers. But turn it back to Supervisor Groom, Supervisor Tissier.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank all of you that have come here today to talk about this issue. I think for us here, or at least so far Supervisor Groom and myself, the bottom line is that we have as a county have the responsibility to protect the health of our residents. And there's no question that secondhand smoke, even faint traces of it, have negative impacts on our health, especially for our children, our seniors, and those with pulmonary diseases. So this ordinance that we're introducing today protects those who in the privacy of their apartment or home are not receiving the negative impact of secondhand smoke, especially by no fault of their own. I know that I've met with a lot of community individuals. I've also met with SAMCAR, and one of the comments that I indicated when I met with SAMCAR is there should be some consistency. But in reviewing this further, because there's some cities that have adopted this that are not similar to what we have here, and I believe my colleague would agree that I'd prefer the consistency move the other way. In other words, that we adopt this ordinance and encourage the cities that have already adopted ordinances and those that move further down the line, the cities that are coming online, to really look at our ordinance and join us, because it is more comprehensive and it covers, you know, individuals, even if it is in their home that they own or their condo that they own, that still has impacts on other individuals. So I think from my perspective, I think we've really vetted this over the years and have done a lot of research, and I really believe that I will continue my push for consistency, but it'll be in the reverse of what has been suggested here by SAMCAR.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to thank also the time that SAMCAR spent talking to me, talking to Adrian. We disagree. It's just that simple. We just simply have a disagreement, and the disagreement for me is about the public's health. You saw the statistics just a second ago that we had $560 million in treatment costs. Total costs spent by the San Mateo Medical Center were over $20 million for smoking-related diseases. We have a high percentage of asthma, especially in some of our unincorporated areas in this community. Many of those are young children. It's just going to get worse if we don't put some protections in for the young people who suffer from asthma. And I think, with that, I'll make the motion to.
Let me just make a yeah, we will have time for comment, of course.
I'll second the
So
motion.
we have a motion made, seconded, but we'll have, obviously need time for comment. Supervisor Horsley.
I'm not going to support the ordinance. I have no problem with apartment complexes, but I have a problem with an owner-occupied condominium or townhouse. And my feeling is that what we're essentially saying is that, I mean, I don't smoke. When I was a sheriff, I wouldn't hire people who were smokers and banned it from the jails and the patrol cars. So I have I understand the issues about smoking and its health effects. I just have a problem, though, with saying that banning the use of a legal substance in one's own house. And I just have a feeling that, or my belief is that what somebody does in their own home is their own business. And so I just cannot support an ordinance that makes it illegal to use a legal substance in their own home.
Okay. Ms. Slocum?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I came to the meeting today thinking that the notion of private ownership of property was very, very important. And I obviously still believe that, but I'm swayed by the testimony of the folks who came and the health consequences, and also maybe I forgot, but the North Fair Oaks Community Council had voted to approve the ban, and it's a difficult question balancing this idea of the private ownership of property and what you can and can't do in your home versus the health concerns of asthma and cancer and the effects of secondhand smoke. So I'm in favor of the resolution, but I did have one question or two questions perhaps, maybe of county council. Mr. Stewart's document that he passed out talks about $862,000 for a condo, and imagine, that you learned that you couldn't smoke in your condominium. So the question is, wouldn't that be covered in the disclaimers? I've forgotten the legal term for that, but the disclosures when you buy a place?
Well, I mean, that's a fantastic question. And I think it's something that someone raised earlier, and that is the difficulty in getting. You're talking about CCRs in an owned condo, or are you talking about? Oh, disclosure. I'm sorry.
Right.
I misunderstood your question.
The disclosure form.
Can you restate your question? So I make sure I'm answering the right question.
Yeah. When a person, if the ordinance is adopted,
right,
and a person buys a condominium in the unincorporated area that's affected by the ordinance, would the fact that there is no smoking allowed be disclosed in the escrow documents, in the disclosure forms?
I don't know that it would be. I don't know that it would be disclosed in the escrow process. That's a good question. Do you know, John?
We did spend a little time looking at this, and it was our perspective that moving forward, it obviously wouldn't address current owners, but moving forward, it would be something that over the course of a practice would likely end up as a disclosure that would be made. There's not a specific,
Thank you.
Requirement, but we believe by practice that would come into existence.
And let's see. The other question I had is also related to Mr. Stewart's document that he mailed some days ago. He had quite a resuscitation of legal points, code sections, statutes, and so forth and so on. And I'm just absolutely positive that you all have reviewed those and that we're on terra firma here.
Yeah, and I haven't seen Mr. Stewart's document, but the answer is yes. We are on solid ground. There's it's a very fair, I think, and fundamental question, kind of a threshold question about, look, all these cities and counties are adopting these laws which are regulating an otherwise legal activity in the privacy of one's home, especially if it's owned. I mean, you've got layer and layer of sort of questions, threshold questions about whether government can in fact do this. And the answer is yes. As long as local government makes factual findings supporting their exercise of a police power, which is what we're talking about here, is the exercise of a police power, and police power is really is local government's authority to promulgate local laws for the benefit of health, safety, and health, safety, and welfare. So we have local government has broad discretion to adopt laws to advance health, safety, and welfare, as long as you have factual findings, number one, and number two, that those laws aren't preempted by state law. And one quick note on that: there's a particular statute in state law that essentially states that local agencies can regulate smoking. That this is not a state is not preempting that. So that opens the door for local government to adopt local ordinances to regulate smoking. Again, as long as you can make factual findings. And it's also been determined, I think it was mentioned here a couple times today, that courts have determined that smoking is not a constitutional right. So obviously we can't pass a law that also would infringe on a constitutional right. And it's been determined that smoking is not a constitutional right, nor is it a fundamental privacy right under the U.S. Constitution. Of course, there are certain privacy rights that are fundamental, right? It's a liberty interest that we have. Smoking has not been determined to be one of them. If it were, then we'd be subject to a strict scrutiny standard, which means we'd have to have a really good reason to do it. But it's not. And because it's not a fundamental right of privacy to smoke in your own home, then we only have to apply a rational basis test. We just have to have a rational basis for adopting such a law. So the short answer to your question is we're on solid ground.
Can I ask one other question? How do you enforce this? How do you enforce this law?
Well, I might ask, I know we've had a lot of conversations with the health department. I mean, we've had a number of conversations about enforcement and how, what approach we might take. I don't know if the health department wants to. I know that if you adopt this ordinance, the health department is going to be the enforcer. And perhaps you might want to address what you have in mind in that regard.
It's our intent, if the ordinance is adopted, that we would hold as many community forums as we can in affected areas, as well as do a public information campaign to let people know that this is going to go into effect. As far as enforcement, we're most interested in getting people to comply. So when complaints are sent into and we get word of them within the health department, we intend to communicate with the people involved and let them know that they may be, there may be compliance issues, and try to help them to comply. And within the language of the ordinance are the steps that would be taken if people continue to choose not to comply. But our initial interest would be to work with the public to comply to the provisions of the ordinance.
So if they refuse to comply, what do we do then?
So within the language of your ordinance are very specific steps. If there are these many violations within this amount of time, here are the consequences of that. So it's clearly outlined in the ordinance.
Yeah, there's, Supervisor Horsley, I know you've read the ordinance, and there's a penalty section which identifies a number of increasing fines and then ultimately culminates in a misdemeanor for continuing violations.
That they are smoking.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. I'll make a comment and we can proceed to a vote. So I am going to favor the ordinance that's proposed, which does include, of course, the ownership unit. But I will say that I actually did struggle with this. And at one level, it seems like really easy because what's happening here is the behavior in the ownership unit, is undeniably affecting others, and it has these detrimental health impacts. And I think that argument really does ultimately kind of carries the day for me. But that said, I did struggle with it. Maybe it's because I grew up with a smoker. I sat in the back of a station wagon. I mean, I've got the secondhand smoke. And I kept thinking about it hypothetically about someone like in Burlingame who bought the condominium for, maybe 10 years ago for $600,000. They're a smoker when they buy it. And they can't move. I mean, most of us can't move. So they can't buy us. They can't say, well, geez, boy, now I'm going to spend $2 million so I can keep smoking in the single detached home. That can't happen. They're stuck. So that really weighed on me, actually. And, I ultimately, kind of a couple of things that became important. One was, the same dynamic is working with the renters. Because, we're basically saying you can't rent anywhere in San Mateo County. So if I had this division, I mean, that's a big burden too. So, the burden on renter is not insubstantial. Secondly, things do change within condominium units. I mean, rules do change from time to time. So I don't think it's, there has to be some expectations that the rules can change when you decide to live in a multi-unit residence. And then finally, I just don't feel we're infringing on property rights because the activities, again, in my mind, that are the smoking within your property, it's clearly affecting others outside of your property. And that's the real difference. But so I will favor it as it is. At one point, I was going to propose that we grandfathered in everybody who owns a unit, and I've decided that I think the arguments for the comprehensive approach carry the day, and maybe kind of splitting the baby would be too complicated anyway. I suspect that other cities are going to really wrestle with this ownership issue. Daly City has already gone, exempted them. Foster City is, I don't know if they're going to get there. In a place like Burlingame where there's so many condominiums, I'm sure this will be discussed ad nauseum. So I just kind of share my thought process and how it evolved because on one level it seems clear, but it took some evolution for me. So I'm prepared to support it.
Call for the vote?
Yes, we can have a motion. Oh, we have the motion in a second. I keep forgetting that. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye. And opposed?
Aye. Opposed.
Opposed. Okay, so that carries 4-1. County Manager Malpe, do you want to defer your
Yes,
county
I
manager
do.
report?
In the interest of the hour, you have my written report. If any questions, I'll answer them.
We're going to adjourn into closed session. We're going to be back really soon for the land use matters at 1:30. Hey, good afternoon. We're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting for October 21st. We apologize that we were not able to start at 1:30 as scheduled. Our morning session ran incredibly long and leaving us little time for the closed session. But we'll get started now. And our first item, we have two land use items. The first concerning number 12, an ordinance amending I lost my place, excuse me.
I think it's number 8.
Yeah, number 8. The subdivision regulations, Mr. Monowitz.
Good afternoon, President Pine, members of the board, Mr. Malpe. Item number 8 involves your consideration of a proposed amendment to the San Mateo County subdivision regulations that revises lot depth requirements and a recommendation to certify the associated negative declaration. The chronology of events leading up to this hearing are as follows. In November of 2012, the Planning and Building Department received a proposal to subdivide a corner lot in West Menlo Park that could not be processed because the proposed lots did not have a depth of at least 100 feet as currently required by the subdivision regulations. Subsequently, in June of 2013, the applicant for the subdivision applied to amend the subdivision regulations in a manner that would eliminate the minimum depth requirement throughout all areas of the county except in the coastal zone. In February of 2014, the Planning Commission reviewed this proposal and recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt the amendment and approve the negative declaration. The Planning Commission's initial recommendation was presented to the board in May of this year, and at that hearing, county residents and fire officials expressed concerns regarding the increased intensity of development that could result from the amendment, particularly in areas of fire hazards. The matter was then remanded to the Planning Commission for further consideration. And in August of this year, the Planning Commission considered a revised version of the amendment that responds to the concerns that were expressed and recommended it for board approval. Now, before I get into describing these revisions, I have two slides that illustrate the reason why the applicant has requested this amendment. The first shows the existing configuration of the applicant's lot, which has adequate land area to split into two lots and meet the 5,000 square foot minimum. But it does not have adequate depth to meet the 100-foot minimum depth requirement. This next slide shows a potential subdivision of the lot should the requested amendment be approved. Despite having a depth of only 76 feet, the new parcels would comply with minimum parcel size requirements and have adequate access and building area. So getting back to the issues of concern, the version of the amendment that is before you today has been reduced in scope in the following ways. First, the lot depth exception is limited to corner lots as defined by the zoning regulation. This eliminates any increase in subdivision potential at a nearby lot on Santa Cruz Avenue in West Menlo Park that was of significant concern to members of the community that spoke at the last hearing. Second, it does not allow the exception to be granted in areas that have been designated as having severe fire hazards. With these changes, the number of lots that would become potentially divisible has been reduced from 77 under the prior version to 13 lots. Given this reduction, the noticing mailed out to property owners within 300 feet of affected lots was also reduced, but all applicable noticing requirements have been addressed. It's important to note that the recommended approval of this amendment does not approve any subdivision. All land divisions must go through a discretionary review process that includes a public hearing and must comply with the county's general plan policies, zoning regulations, and subdivision requirements, including those that require safe and adequate fire protection. Finally, I'd like to touch on an existing exception to parcel design requirements contained in the subdivision regulations that's also been identified as an issue of concern. Specifically, a number of commenters have suggested that the county eliminate the allowance of exceptions to parcel design requirements for parcels that are located on or adjacent to steep hillsides, rivers, or creeks. The Planning and Building Department concurs that changing or eliminating this provision is something that should be considered and is planning to do so as part of the comprehensive update to the subdivision regulations that will occur in the upcoming calendar year. We do not, however, recommend that this change occur as part of the current proposal, given the need to effectively analyze the issue and to ensure that all affected property owners have adequate opportunity to review and comment on such a change. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors adopt the negative declaration that has been prepared for the amendment, find that the amendment conforms to the general plan, and adopt the ordinance amending the subdivision regulations that's attached to the staff report. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Questions for Mr. Monowitz?
Just have one question. When it shows the two lots, one with a 70-foot depth and the other with a 100-foot depth, I would hope that the owners of the lot now don't come and ask for variances on the front setbacks and the rear setbacks.
Yes, that's correct. Variances are only granted when there are unique circumstances for a property that is unique to that particular property and not doesn't affect the neighbors, and those circumstances do not exist here.
And I think this is much better than the original proposal. It's certainly narrowed down, and it's much appreciated. They did a lot of good work on this, so thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Morales, on the slide where you're reading the language about the exception for the hillsides and the creeks, I know I'm missing the obvious here, but this is what's the current law? An exception to what?
Parcel design requirements include you have a minimum street frontage of 50 feet and a lot depth requirement of 100 feet.
And right now, under our current ordinance, we say that those rules don't apply in this situation. Is that what that means?
The current regulations enable us to make exceptions should we feel such exceptions are appropriate. They don't require us to grant exceptions, and in fact, before we could grant such exceptions, we would need to make sure that an exception didn't conflict with other requirements of the general plan or the zoning ordinance. We also need to do environmental review of subdivision, so we do have adequate tools right now to address some concerns that have been expressed by the
So while we're not
exception.
considering it today, in the future, the proposal would be to remove this exception so that discretion would no longer reside with you?
That's an option. There's a related issue that goes into calculating what constitutes buildable area and whether or not lands that can't be developed because they're wetlands, creeks, or on very steep slopes should be counted towards buildable area and applied to minimum lot size. So that's another piece of the issue that needs to be considered as we move forward with evaluating how to deal with any potential changes to this section.
Can I make, through the President, can I make just a quick comment? In one of the areas, Stanford Weekend Acres is probably one of the most egregious areas where the property lines actually go into the middle of the creek. And as a consequence, a lot that actually the building envelope may be actually even less than 5,000 square feet, but because it goes in the middle of the creek, it's 7,000, so we end up with a monster house in areas with roads are really inadequate, and it just is really inappropriate for that community. So I'll look forward to your proposal and changing the zoning essentially.
Other comments?
Just a quick comment. I do want to say, first off, Steve, I want to say you did a great job in kind of working through the issues that were raised by us and bringing it back to the planning committee. I'd like to hear from the public, obviously, but in looking at it, I thought it was a reasonable accommodation, and unless I can be convinced otherwise, I think it was really well done and very well written and very thorough in your reviewing this. But again, I'll listen to the public first and see if there's something else I'm missing.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we do have two speaker cards. We can start with Mr. Rodin. We have a few more cards coming, yep.
Good afternoon, President Pine, Supervisors, Mr. Maltby, and Mr. Byers. It's great to be back before the board again. I would like to take a moment to thank Mr. Monowitz for working through the issues. I think Supervisor Tissier summed it up very well when she said he did a very, very good job in balancing the various interests and concerns expressed by the Woodside Fire Protection District Fire Marshal Denise Ania, as well as residents of unincorporated West Menlo Park, the Palomar Park Homeowners Association. So for that, I do thank Mr. Monowitz and the staff for working with us all in reaching where we are today. The other thing I would like to do is express my appreciation to Lenny Roberts, who wrote a letter to the board yesterday in support of this particular amendment to text, as well as one that you received, I believe, today from the Palomar Park Homeowners Association, which also supports this amendment to text, but then encourages the county to take a very serious near-term look at either eliminating or significantly revising the hazards provision contained in Section 70222K1 of the subdivision ordinance. I think it's high time that be done, and it would obviously give staff, the zoning hearing officer, planning commission, and board more of an opportunity to really regulate things that that have slipped through the cracks, one being the Shahidi residence, which created a problem that we think tightening that regulation should fix. And with that, the county doesn't have to reinvent the wheel on that. There are communities I've had personal experience in San Carlos, Redwood City, and Half Moon Bay, as well as the town of Hillsborough. So I don't think you'd have to start from scratch, but you could take bits and pieces that fit San Mateo County's interests and really work. So I do appreciate Lenny Roberts' position, and as well as the Palomar Park Homeowners Association. So with that, I don't have any other comments, but to encourage the board to adopt this significantly amended and refined amendment to text. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions or respond to any public comments if need be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Michael Kubiak.
Hi, I'm Mike Kubiak. I'm Vice President of the Palomar Park Homeowners Association. We're west of the Alameda and north of Edgewood Road, tucked up on that side. And basically I have 3 points to raise. A lot of them have been covered, so I'm going to go extemporaneous compared to these little notes that got distributed to you and keep to my, well, actually I've gotten some free time here, keep to my 2 minutes. The first thing is we agree that, planning and building did a nice job in working with the communities to address our concerns. We know that folks in West Menlo are unhappy with it, and honestly, it's the difference in topography between our two communities that separates us. We're in the hills and they're not. So fundamentally, we are concerned about overbuilds, and we're concerned about the changing character and nature of the county just generally. But in our particular case, what separates us is hills, unfortunately. So relating to item 2, which JR touched on, and which I've discussed a bit beforehand with Steve Monowitz, is a way to, in the flats, that the issue that Don Horsley raised, is that it applies to both, which is if you're looking at a lot and you're trying to figure out what's buildable on it, to not include steep cliffs, that's us, that's hillsides, creeks and rivers and other water courses, that's them as well in certain cases. And I think that's really important. Otherwise, you end up in the case of a creek or a stream, when we actually get some water again and it becomes alluvial, it starts to flood the rest of the lot. And that just doesn't make sense to have put that area that's flood prone into the buildable space. Our big thing is, to JR's point, let's not reinvent the wheel. So we would ask today, although it seems unlikely, I don't mean to take my thunder away, that you guys would approve that today and say, hey, let's go forward. I think that can be done on a timely basis, and it's very narrow in focus, and it's that specific language there in item 2 that says the parcels are located on or adjacent to steep hillsides, rivers, or creeks. That's the specific language we want out, and Lenny wants that, and we've talked to Denise Anea from the Woodside Fire Protection District. So I got 5 seconds left. Item number 3 is related to a more comprehensive review, which is, so beyond subdivisions, let's look at, in particular in our case in Palomar Park, hillside communities, and look at reviewing the language in that area so that we don't end up with overbuilds on lots that have water courses going through them, for example, that have tight roads and so on and so forth. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's good. Karen Pacifico.
Good letter.
Mr. Horsley, my son Philip Arcuni was one of your Little League team members back in the day, so it's nice to see you. We live in the Point, which is the neighborhood that Mr. Zomorodi wants to do infill on. And this entire production, from our point of view, looks like an effort to change all the regulations in the county so that he can subdivide his property on the corner of Alameda and Sharon. And when you carve out the coastal areas and you carve out the fire protection districts and you carve out wetlands and you carve out hillsides, what you're left with is our little neighborhood that he'd like to subdivide and do infill. So it really looks like spot zoning to me. There's been a whole lot of discussion about countywide things, all of which have been set aside, and we're back to deciding whether to do infill in my little neighborhood. And out of that 13 properties, 10 of them are in my neighborhood. And why is that? Because we are 2 blocks from La Entrada School, and it's an incredibly attractive place for developers, and if they can carve up those odd, used to be farming lots into small lots, they're completely changing the character and the safety of our kids walking to school. So I'm really not sure I understand why the Planning Commission would give permission to Mr. Zamarodi and Mr. Rodine to decide how many driveways we have on Sharon Road. There's been absolutely no discussion about appropriate planning for my little neighborhood. There's been all this countywide discussion and nothing about West Menlo Park, which is really his issue. I don't stand in the way of developers. I would like to see new homes go in there, and I'd like them to be appropriate. But I do not understand from a planning point of view why Mr. Zamarodi and Mr. Rodine get to decide how many driveways come out and endanger my children walking to school. So they walk up Alameda de las Pulgas, or they walk up Santa Cruz and go across Sharon Road. That's his property. So there'll be 2 more driveways coming out and probably 6 more cars parked on the street. That's extremely dangerous, and we really need a plan for our neighborhood, but this is not that. This is not that. And it should be remanded so that we can do appropriate planning for our neighborhood. We take a lot of the county's traffic, a lot of the county's traffic. If I blocked Santa Cruz from a traffic point of view, the county would know it. And you're leaving us very little alternative in terms of public safety with this decision. Also, our lots are 7,000 square feet, not 5, so in this hand waving, they're reducing average lot size, so they're gonna make the infill even tighter. You would not put townhomes in Atherton to do infill. Why are you changing the character of our neighborhood by putting all your infill in my little neighborhood, in a very dangerous place for the children, and in a really good school district, as you know, Mr. Horsley? So we're very upset about this decision.
Thank you. We have Leah Rogers and then Linda Barman.
If I could borrow from Robert Frost about fences making good neighbors, I think setbacks make good neighbors, and there was a reason setbacks were on the books. How can it be because one developer who developed the house across from me saying he was going to live in it, wrote us a letter that he was going to be a part of the community? It's not the case. It's a developer. It's very distressing. As Karen pointed out, kids walk down that street to get to school. I drive down it every day as slowly as I possibly can. The idea, we've had another development that Mr. Rodine was also pushing a few years ago to have 1 lot made into 2 homes. We fought to just have a little bit of a sidewalk to protect it. Those cars stick out every day that are parked right in front of that, right up to the end of the lot line. The community, you notice there's much fewer of us here today than were here a few weeks ago. This is not because the problem is solved. I opened this letter yesterday. It came in the mail on Saturday. You're wearing us down, but we are very upset at the character of our neighborhood. We've had discussions with the city manager of Menlo Park and are exploring what it would take to make us part of Menlo Park, because the county is not listening to what this neighborhood is and allowing these homes to be built with the setbacks. They have a setback and then they have a chimney. You can't even hardly walk around the place. How could any fireman try to fight a fire in that area? I appreciate the information about the ravines, but you can't just do away with setbacks. Thank you.
Linda Bauman.
Why did we do this? Hi there. My name is Linda Barman. I live on Sharon Road. I am terrified of public speaking, absolutely terrified. But I'm up here today anyways. I have 2 little kids, Annika and Nina Barman. We live in the Los Alamitos School District. And every day I walk my kids to the bus stop, which is almost directly in front of the lot that's affected. And it's honestly scary every day. Sharon Road is extremely busy. Many people from Sharon Heights use it as a cut through to get to Alameda de las Pulgas and Santa Cruz Avenue. There are no sidewalks on the street. So I'm walking on the side of the street, with no shoulder, with my 2 little kids and my golden retriever, sometimes hurting my neighbor's kid, constantly trying to keep them as far to the side as we can get. There's a lot of cars on that street. There's a lot of traffic. People fly down. We put speed bumps in several years ago. Now people just go around the speed bumps and come right up on the shoulder. I don't blame people for trying to develop lots. I understand there's a need for housing, and that's what developers do. But in our neighborhood in particular, traffic is getting worse and worse and worse. The schools and the streets are getting much more crowded. I also just found out about this a day or 2 ago. In talking with my neighbors, many more people would have been here today had they more adequate warning, or could they get out of work? Most of us do work. I can tell you there are a few of us from the street. There's only a few today, but we represent many more families in our neighborhood that also feel very strongly on this issue. So for the sake of my 2 little kids and my blood pressure when I'm shepherding them to and school every day, I ask you please not to let the subdivision happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, don't have any other speaker cards. Anyone else like to speak? I'd like to. You kind of come to the podium if you would, and
I was looking around for
cards.
I was looking around for a card. I couldn't find it. My name is Marty Smith. I also live on Sharon Road, and this is my first meeting. But listening through this really does sound like someone started with a whole county-wide idea to have a neighborhood change. And I want to make sure we all understand that. I mean, if I'd heard for the first time that there are 10 out of 13 of the parcels are right in the Sharon neighborhood. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
You want to finish your remarks, or?
I just would like to say that I want to make sure we understand that what you're doing is affecting a neighborhood, not the county. And to call it a county-wide zoning change, fine, but it's really what it's doing is changing the neighborhood significantly. It's a neighborhood I've been in for 30 years. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Manos?
Yeah, so the Planning and Building Department has done a GIS analysis of the lots that we believe would become potentially subdividable as a result of this change. And given the restrictions that we placed on the exception, so that it only applies to corner lots that meet the definition of a corner lot, and we eliminate the fire hazard area, there are 13 lots countywide, only one of which is within West Menlo Park.
If you'd like to speak, we'll need you to come up to the podium.
I did read through all of the various permutations in your Board of Supervisors report, and the concern was how many of the potential changed lots were in West Menlo Park.
Right.
That, we were justifying this as giving the county the infill that the county needs, which I completely understand and support. But look, when we make this change and only allow the corner lots, most of this infill is happening in this one small neighborhood. And there's a reason for that. La Entrada School. There's an incredibly attractive incentive to build more houses in that small area. But there's no sidewalks and there's no streetlights, and it's dangerous to walk a dog.
I want to
Make a quick comment.
Yeah,
That was it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it seems to be some confusion.
Actually,
but go ahead,
let me-
Mr. Horsley.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the fact, I think that was the original proposal that we rejected. And that was rejected. It was like 100 and some odd lots throughout the unincorporated area. That was rejected.
Right, and then
there's
you
only
went through
one now.
whittling it down.
No, there's only one in West Menlo.
Could we make sure the speaker has a copy of the staff report? And then we're going to ask, maybe Mr. Manos can come back, but
Okay, I'll find it.
but again, is there confusion on this point? Maybe Ms. Groom, you want to ask for clarification, or?
There's 13 homes in San Mateo, or 13 lots in San Mateo County will be affected by this, and
That is
only
correct.
one lot in West Menlo Park?
That is correct.
Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's what the staff report says.
Okay.
As best I understand.
Okay.
This isn't a debate.
Yeah, actually, you know, we really,
I'll just tell you there's two, because there's one next to my house.
well, yeah, Mr. Monowitz, and again, we really can't have a debate.
Yes.
You know, the way this works for those who don't come to the meetings is you submit a card, you have your time to speak, and then we go to the next speaker. We don't have a dialogue with the audience. So we've been a little lenient here. Mr. Monowitz?
The report contains a summary of how we went about our GIS analysis. And what we did is we looked at the residential districts, we looked at the minimum lot size requirement. So in this case, a lot would need to be greater than 10,000 square feet in order to be potentially subdividable. It would need to meet the definition of a corner lot in that neither side of the lot that is facing on the street would be greater than 100 feet in length. That is how our zoning regulations define a corner lot. And so once we applied all those parameters to our analysis, we arrived at the numbers that are presented on page 4 of the staff report in the table.
Yeah, and everyone should have that report. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Mr. Monowitz, it might be helpful because I think where the confusion lies is this came to us once before,
Right.
and we didn't feel it was appropriate because it was going to impact some neighborhoods greater than others.
Right.
And so we sent it back to the Planning Commission. You worked through all those issues so that when we did it, we weren't dumping something in one neighborhood. We were looking at the overall county in this. And in my understanding, if I'm hearing you correctly, is in doing that and reevaluating it, we ended up with the number of parcels throughout the county, which only one is in West Menlo Park.
Correct.
And you've got 5 in Sequoia Tract, 3 in North Fair Oaks, 2 in Devonshire. So, I mean, it is a county-wide effect. And the whole purpose for sending it back is we didn't like what we saw in the beginning, and I think that's what you didn't like either. And we've made substantial changes to make it more palatable to having stricter regulations. So it hits a corner lot, it has to have a certain amount of square footage, and therefore it doesn't apply to a lot of lots in a lot of these communities. Is that correct? I just want to make sure, because I remember we sent it back for that exact purpose. And that's why I said this is far more improved from what you had before, because it wasn't appropriate. And I agreed with you back then. Now we've really honed in there, and it only applies to one lot in West Menlo Park.
Okay, any other comments by the board? Someone, no questions, further comments? Okay. I think that this is ready for a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Mr. Monowitz. Thank you, everyone, for attending. No, you can't right now. Mr. Monowitz, we can proceed to the next matter.
Yes. Good afternoon again, President Pine, Supervisors, Mr. Maltby, Mr. Byers.
I hope they read the reports.
Item 9 involves your consideration of an amendment to the general plan and zoning regulations and an associated negative declaration to allow an increase in the density of residential development on a 14,500 square foot parcel in the Sequoia Tract adjacent to Woodside Road. Specifically, the amendments would change the general plan designation from medium density to high density residential and replace the single family residential 5,000 square foot minimum lot size zoning to multiple family residential 500 square foot minimum lot size zoning. This aerial photograph shows the location of the parcel that is the subject of these amendments, which is currently included in the R1 S74 zoning district to the east. The parcel to the south, which is developed with multiple family residential units, as well as the land to the west, is within the city of Redwood City. The property to the north is zoned commercial and supports a gas station currently. This map shows the current general plan designations. The project site, as well as the land to the west, are designated for medium-density residential land uses with a neighborhood commercial designation to the north and a medium-high-density residential designation to the south. The Planning Commission's recommendation that the Board of Supervisors approve the amendments and certify the negative declaration is based on findings that the amendments are consistent with the general plan and will not result in significant adverse impacts to the environment. Specifically, The proposal conforms to general and urban land use policies in that it will allow for an appropriate type and intensity of land use that is compatible with the surrounding community. It also implements the general plan housing element by helping the county meet its regional housing needs allocation. With regard to future development of the site, this table shows the changes to the development standards that will be effectuated by the amendments. Parcel size, setbacks, and lot coverage requirements will remain the same as the current zoning, while residential density will increase from 1 unit per 5,000 square feet to 1 unit per 1,250 square feet, and allowable height limit will increase from 28 feet to 36 feet. Although the department has not yet received a development application for the parcel, preliminary plans prepared by the owner indicate that an 11-unit apartment building could be accommodated on the site in a manner that complies with the new development standards and existing parking requirements. So in accordance with the decision reached by the Planning Commission, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve the general plan and zoning amendments and certify the mitigated negative declaration on the basis that the amendments are consistent with the general plan and will not have any significant adverse environmental impacts. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Not so much a question. Can you go back to that slide that showed the surrounding area?
Yes.
Oh, no, that's. How about that next map? It's almost easier to. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so what's in between there then? What's the?
The
Is that just a
parcel in
street?
white is within the city of Redwood City.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you've got commercial in front of it, and then you got density.
And my understanding
And
is
when you
that
say medium density, are those townhouse condominiums behind, or are those single-family homes?
the land use designation is medium density, medium high density in terms of what exists on the ground. Along Woodside Road, yeah. The question is what exists on the ground on those sites today? Apartments.
Supervisor Groom? Oh, I thought you had your hand. Supervisor Horsley?
What's the height of the medium high density residential? Is it at the 30, was it 36 feet? And what's the impact of this going to from 28 to 36 feet on the residences in that area?
Right. I'll let Planner Chavez answer that question.
Okay.
Good afternoon. So the parcels that have the S2 and S1 as you move along Woodside Road have a consistent 36-foot maximum. The parcels to the rear, and those are developed with apartments.
Are they 36 feet?
If they are not, they are very close to. Most are 3 stories.
Okay.
Are there questions for Mr. Monowitz? Okay, seeing none, we do have some speakers. So each speaker has 2 minutes, and we'll begin with Joanne Smith.
Hi, my name is Joanne Smith. Forgive me, I don't have a PowerPoint. We were just notified on Saturday. I do have some issues with this designation going up and the negative impact on parking, safety, and the environment. We have numerous apartments on Woodside, one of them at 1839 Woodside. According to one of their tenants, currently inform me that they're now being charged for additional parking permits. So on top of the parking that we already have on Santa Clara, we're getting an inordinate amount of parking from the Woodside apartments. We have a halfway house. I don't know if you're aware of that. The halfway house is now on Jubilee Court. They have up to 15 residents at a time that are on our street and parking on our street and making parking very, very difficult for us. We have 2 businesses as you're aware of, on the corner of Santa Clara and Woodside, each contributing to overflow parking issues and trash issues, to say the least. And let me address the trash issues alone. I've been notified by the county that anytime there's trash in front of my home, which there is on a regular basis, it's my responsibility to take care of it unless it's negatively impacting traffic on Santa Clara Avenue. So on top of the parking issues that I'm dealing with trash issues on an ongoing basis with people from apartments and wherever leaving their TVs, baby carriages, and everything else. I want you to understand, please, that the parking right now, it's so bad that people are parking at an angle, and if you look under the regulations, they're legally, we are not supposed to be parking at an angle on Santa Clara Avenue. I called up Diana in the parking department. She informed me that she thinks that that would be a resolution to my problem, to basically virtually make my front yard in front of my home a parking area, to turn my front home into angle parking so that we could fit more cars there. She totally understands and appreciates what's happening because the apartments now are charging their people extra monies for extra tickets, okay, for their parking permits. So they're going to Santa Clara Avenue because they can't afford it anymore. I personally have experienced, I park my vehicles parallel to my home. We're now getting them so that they take their cars and they park at an angle in front of us. So you have to picture, and I'm sorry, I didn't have the opportunity to present this. You've got your car parked parallel with, I've got a car in front of me, a car in back of me that's blocking me. Meanwhile, my driveway is right here. Do you know how unsafe it is for my partner and I to back out in the morning? We have to play Ollie Ollie Humphrey just to get out of our driveway safely. It's been a major, major headache for us, and I think one that needs to be taken into consideration before this designation is allowed to go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can I ask a question of Mr. Monos, or maybe even our counsel there? This issue of when you develop an apartment and we give the permits for it, you're usually required to have X number of parking per unit. Is it legal for them to be charging them for that parking if it's supposed to be required with the apartments?
From a zoning perspective, it's merely a question of whether the parking is provided on site. The contractual relationship between a tenant and a landlord is really something that's not regulated directly by the county. We would require that when the building is constructed that the parking be provided, but we don't really require that it be made available for free or under any particular contract or lease terms. I can think of some instances where a provision is made for a certain number of tenant parking places and a certain number of visitor parking spaces, but beyond that, I don't think that we get too involved from a regulatory standpoint about how that relationship then plays out. We would, however, if a landlord began leasing parking spaces to non-tenants, we would regard that as a change in the land use. So to the extent that a landlord says, I've got these parking spaces and I'm now going to go into the business of renting them out to others, they're now operating a parking lot, not an appurtenant use to the apartment building.
This sort of speaks to the fact that maybe we need to check that out, because if the people in the apartments can't afford it and they're parking on the street, what's happening to those parking spaces? And it concerns me. I mean, I realize this is in a transportation corridor, all the things we talk about, love to have more units. But I think before, at least from my perspective, I wouldn't want this to go much further until we check out whether or not that's happening in these apartment buildings there, because, you know, that's a huge impact on the neighbors. And you know, it's people are making a lot of money now on rents, and now they think they can make it on parking. But if people are getting spots from other places and those forcing these individuals out, you know, I'd like us to take a look at that and see if there's some enforcement issues that exist there right now.
Yeah, I would also add on to that is, you know, maybe we should give some thought too when we do grant, you know, permits for apartment units, that if we legally can require that you can't bifurcate the parking from the rent. I mean, you know what, you know, people are, that's always going to incent people not to park in their designated spot. We have three other speakers. Steve Huggins.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. Appreciate that very much. Just one other add-on to the comment about charging for parking. There's also no rent control, and the rents are going way up. We've heard that from the apartment dwellers. And so multiple families are moving in. That also increases the density of parking. So just one thing to make you aware of. And, I think we've seen some significant deterioration in the quality of life in our residential neighborhood. And personally, I say it's due to poor zoning oversight, but it's probably due to my lack of knowledge of the zoning rules. But I did want to share these perspectives with you, just so you're aware of them. So, and my focus is going to be on the halfway house, which is also a parking issue related to the new apartment building. All exacerbates the problem. We had a sober living environment pop up 2 houses away from us with no prior notice. And I did a little checking on it and was told by Dave Holbrook that the residential zoning requires no more than 6 unrelated individuals to live in one residence. And I've talked to the manager there, and they've got 12 to 15 at all times. And I think Angela, gave me some insights. You're Angela Schultz? Yeah. She gave me some insights and said, well, maybe sober living environments aren't covered by those zoning rules, which kind of blows me away, because it's really like having a hotel in our neighborhood, because they turn over like every month, and we have no clue who lives there. Their friends, their relatives, the tenants come and go, and they're in the cul-de-sac right beside us, and we just don't even know who they are. And it gives us concerns over parking, because all those people have to park, and our parking's a problem. And it also gives us concerns over safety. We've had people die there. We've had police calls. And just statistically, when you've got that much turnover, you got a hotel living there or there, you're going to have some bad people come through. And it concerned us because we have young kids and stuff. So the whole issue, if you guys have any idea what the rules are for putting a hotel for people with problems in a residential area, I'd appreciate you looking into that.
Mr. Monowitz, maybe you could have someone on your staff provide this gentleman some guidance on this situation. Obviously, what are the pertinent rules and regulations governing that? We have Philip von Guggenberg, followed by Randy Douglas Thomas.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And before I begin, I want to address Mrs. Tissier question about what are the properties behind this land parcel that's being considered for rezoning. The land parcels behind that are all individual single-family units, perhaps with the exception of this halfway house. I'm a resident of Gretel Court, the property that's the corner of Gretel Court and Santa Clara Avenue. So I'm perhaps the farthest away resident in terms of the people who are represented here. I have a concern around parking, because the parking from the residential units on Woodside Road are indeed spilling over into Santa Clara Avenue in a significant way. In fact, some of the people who are parking are moving their cars diagonally so close to my fence that they actually have affected some of my own property. There's no way for me to do anything about it because I don't know who it is, but it's a significant issue. I have, over the last several months, observed the parking situation on Woodside Road by going on in the morning and in the evenings, walking my regular walking path to observe how many parking spaces are available on Woodside Road without any rezoning in the current situations. I can tell you there is at most one parking space available on the street in the evening or in the morning time as a result of the abundance of residents in the apartment units that are already existing there. you're considering converting, rezoning a single family unit into a multifamily unit, and I've heard 11 units potentially. 11 units means at least 11 families, perhaps each one with a car. Your own zoning regulations, and I'm close to finishing, your own zoning regulations, section 6119, talk about parking spaces that are required by new zoning situations. The number of off-street parking spaces required is set forth by the table, and the table indicates at a minimum 1 space on the park, off-street parking, 1 space for each unit. So that would mean 11 spaces. As I said to you, there's barely 1 parking space on Woodside Road. So the natural flow is going to be, as you expect, on Santa Clara Avenue, where all the problems are occurring.
Thank you for your
I
comments.
really encourage you not to approve this rezoning request. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Monas, just a question. If there were development at this site, they would have to provide they'd have to provide a parking for each residence, right?
The way our parking standards work is by bedroom. So for every 2 bedrooms, you need 1.5 parking spaces.
Right. Okay, thank you. And our final speaker, unless we're missing anyone, is Roundy Douglas Thomas. Okay.
I speak for my son and daughter-in-law and the in-law unit behind. We are the property right behind where you're going to be building the 11 unit complex. And I agree with everybody here, the parking has been horrid. And 3 weeks ago, our question is the sewage. We have an easement through our driveway that evidently carries the sewage from the apartment complexes in the back, including the 2 homes that now exist on that property. And 3 weeks ago, our basement was flooded with sewage because the sewer lines for the apartment complexes are backed up. They have Roto-Rooter come, it moves it down. Then it filled one of the little in-law units on the property that's in question. And they called Roto-Rooter, and then it moved it down to our house, which then filled up our basement. And then we called the county, and they came in, and once they Roto-Rooted from the street, it all came down. And we've had that problem on and off with the rains and the drainage. And so our thing is like, we can't fight City Hall, but we're kind of done with the shit. So, and the parking is horrid, and we already have a noise level with the gas station, who are very conscientious business owners. But the gas truck comes in late at night, sometimes twice, bangs around. We've had police out there. There's been robberies from there. And Woodside Road itself is horrible, so I don't even know how these people are going to get out and get to their home unless they go down Santa Clara, up and around through Hall to get to Alameda to make a left or a right to get onto 280 to go to work. And then we have a high school there, so we have the high school students always driving through there too. So I just don't see how we can change this medium density to a high density at this time.
Thank you for your comments. Is anyone else that we've missed? Okay, seeing none, I would turn it back to the board. Oh, is there someone, I'm sorry, wanted this? You want to come to the podium, please? No.
I'm sorry I didn't fill out a request with the owners of the property. I didn't know I had to do that. So,
if you could just state your name.
My name is Jim Chesler. My wife and I, Diane, bought the property 8 years ago with the intent originally to have it rezoned. Our intention is to keep the property after we develop it. We totally understand that there's a parking issue everywhere in Redwood City and the county, and in my opinion, that's the reason why we have a zoning ordinance, and anything that's developed there will have to meet the requirements of the parking. I think the preliminary plans that we have already done exceeds the requested 1.25 to 1.5 parking spaces per bedroom. Parking's an issue. We understand that. Our hope is Woodside Road being a thoroughfare with busing on the street, and with the downtown redevelopment of Redwood City, where a lot of offices are, that we're hoping that we're going to get people in there that are not going to have one or two cars. I mean, that's a wish, obviously, but the other thing that's been brought up is a halfway house, which I know nothing about, but I think that's totally irrelevant to what you're talking about today. That sounds to me like more of a use issue with the property itself. The sewer that was just brought up, totally new to me, but my understanding and talking to the people that with the utilities, that the sewer hookups are all going to be done out of Woodside Road. So if whatever issues are had there should just go away. I don't know what else I can add. We've had a public workshop. We've had a planning commission meeting. Everybody was notified to come to the meetings at those times. The only thing that was brought up the first time was the parking. And again, it's an issue, but there's a reason why we have zoning ordinances in place. So thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, so we've completed public comment. You know, if you have any other remarks, Mr. Monowitz, otherwise we turn it back to the board for discussion. I mean, it seems to me there's a lot of issues in this neighborhood, some related, some not, to the question at hand. You know, it seems at some point maybe perhaps some residential parking system or permitting might be needed. But anyway, that's not the issue at hand. Because clearly the question today is the proposed change in the zoning on this one parcel.
Just make a quick comment is that this morning we were talking about the need for housing. And not that this solves the problem. We don't expect this to solve the problem, but it is 11 units. On the other hand, I'm not unsympathetic to, you know, there's an obvious problem with parking, and looks like that we need to do more work on parking. But that's, you know, that seems to be the problem of the whole area as opposed to this particular property, particular project. So I see no reason necessary to deny the project, but we certainly have to do more work in terms of figuring out this parking issue, especially for Ms. Smith was talking about that on her home. That seems like something we need to really address immediately.
Supervisor Groom.
Mr. Monowitz, we don't have a project proposal for this apartment.
Yeah.
That is correct. This is simply the rezoning.
Okay. So we don't really know what the parking ratio will be in the apartment building.
We know what is required by zoning, but we haven't seen a specific design.
Okay.
We've seen the preliminary design.
And my next question is, are we anywhere near to the Woodside Road improvements? I mean, I know that's been, no, huh?
That's further.
Oh, it's not on this part?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Further
Okay.
east, I guess.
Right, I think that's right.
You know, I think that we need a little bit more work done on this on some of the issues that have been brought up today before I would feel comfortable supporting the rezoning. I mean, I really would like maybe a couple traffic surveys. Maybe, you know, I don't know if anybody goes into this neighborhood periodically and looks at the parking conditions, but as it was described, it sounds like we also have an awful lot of illegal parking. If people are making up their minds that a parallel zone is now going to be a slant zone, that seems like somebody should be patrolling. So I don't know if you can answer any of that.
I can say that, you know, matters related to the management of our right-of-way, of course, needs to be coordinated with the Department of Public Works, and this proposal was routed through the Department of Public Works, and their conclusion was the size of this project in comparison to the volumes of cars that travel along Woodside Road, that this project didn't trigger the need for a detailed traffic analysis. It did not.
Well, I think I might disagree with that.
You know, I actually agree with Carol. I mean, I do think we need infill housing. I can't say that I wouldn't down the road perhaps approve this, but I do think there's some things missing here. One of them I'd like to find out before we approve something like this. If the apartment complexes in the area are selling their parking spaces to people that don't live in their apartments. Because if that's forcing people out onto the street and we're renting it to other people, we're letting landlords create the problem that exists there. Now, if that isn't the case, then, we have to start looking at, what the parking ratios are and whether or not this is the right zoning for this parcel to add 11 units. Although it is in a commercial corridor, it's in a transportation corridor, it has a lot of pluses for it. It's just, I'd like to know those answers before I'd be willing to say yes. And I can't imagine it would take that long to make those inquiries into some of the dwellings in the area. And it would also give us time, I know it's hard when you end up getting different agencies or groups, homes into neighborhoods. Unfortunately, oftentimes those are run by the state. Sometimes they're run by the county or a nonprofit. And it's like there has to be a place somewhere for people that need help. I'd like us to know a little bit more about that so we can just at least know who's running it. Again, if there's 10 or 12 people in, is it appropriate that they have 12 cars? I mean, there's got to be, I just like to know a little bit more. I feel like we have a lot here, but I don't feel like we have enough. So I'd like to have a couple of those things, looked at. And same with the sewage, if we could just get a little sense of, what the sewer lines would be here, and if we zone it accordingly, what would that do? Are they going to have to increase the sewage lines if they had 11 units? I realize that's not in front of us, but I'd rather know some of that up front than to have a big surprise at the end, if they come forward with 11 units and they're entitled to it. I'd like to know that they wouldn't be, adding to the sewer issue. So I don't think they're insurmountable issues. I just think we need to know more about them.
Thank you. I tend to agree. Mr. Monowitz, just a clarification. I must have misunderstood. On that map that you have up there, the red outlined area is county property.
The red boundary is the
unincorporated
parcel
area.
that is subject to the
Unincorporated
rezoning.
area, I'm sorry.
Unincorporated, correct.
And then the white line that runs over to Santa Clara Avenue is also in the unincorporated area. Is that true?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I think my view is we've raised, there's a lot of issues in this neighborhood that it's good they've come to light, because even if there wasn't a proposal on the table, they warrant some investigation, such as potential forcing of tenants to, pay extra fees, therefore driving them to park, and whatever's going on with the halfway house and the sewage. I would be comfortable approving the change, but if people want to take some more time, we can do that.
I wouldn't want to take too much time, because time is money, and I understand that people own the property and they want to know what's going to happen to it. But I think, maybe by our second meeting in November, the 18th, do you think you could possibly make it some investigation into those areas?
It's a good idea to put a time on it.
I want to know that it's reasonable for you, but.
I'm thinking about the issues that you've raised, and with respect to sewer capacity, I can tell you that this rezoning was referred to the sewer providing agency, and there is adequate capacity, and they will need to look at the specific design of the project to make sure the tie-ins all work. So that will occur in conjunction with the necessary building permits that will have to be issued for this project. With respect to the concerns about the way in which property owners are managing their parking, and the concerns expressed about the halfway house, I believe that those are investigations that we can pursue independent of this project and take enforcement action where necessary. So really, I think it boils down to the traffic concern. And if we disagree with Public Works' conclusion that a traffic study needs to be done, it's going to take more time than we have in order to get back here by November 18th.
I'm not sure I necessarily think it needs a traffic study in that sense. What I was talking about is it's really the parking issue, and are people being forced to park on the street in the residential area because they're being charged when they should, and they're selling them to other people. Because if people say they can't afford to pay for parking in the apartment, then who's parking there? You know, so there's something's not right there, and that I'd like to see checked out. You know, and I think that's something, I'm not talking about a traffic study, I'm talking about the parking issue itself, and then just having an understanding of who this halfway house is and what it's all about, how many cars do they have, and are they in compliance with, you know, how many people are in the house and how many cars are there. Some of those things that, you know, I don't think those are insurmountable within a month. I mean, I don't, but I'm asking you because you're doing the work.
Yes. I think getting in touch with all the various owners of the apartment buildings to find out how they're managing their parking could prove somewhat challenging, but we'll make our best effort. I know that our council has advised that we don't require property owners to, bind themselves by contracts in terms of affording free parking for their residents, but perhaps the applicant in this case would be willing to make that a component of their project description, so that perhaps a commitment from them not to charge their residents would ensure that at least that this project is not contributing to that problem, if that truly
Right,
is a
but I
problem.
thought I heard council also say that if the apartment owner is leasing parking spots in their apartment complex to someone else, then that is a problem. So that's what I'm talking about, looking into that issue.
Yes. That would be a violation of land use and an enforcement
Right,
issue.
and that's the issue I'm looking at.
Mr. President, perhaps a motion would be in order to continue this to the 18th, and we'll bring back as much of the requested information as we can, and then the board can decide how to proceed at that date.
That's perfect.
Thank you.
Good recommendation.
Mr. President, can I just ask one other question? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Question asking mode today.
Oh,
Go ahead.
a couple of people mentioned that they had just received the letter or the
gonna ask about
notice
that, too.
on Saturday,
Go ahead.
and
that
it
from
doesn't
both
seem
people.
like sufficient notice, but could you talk to that issue?
Sure. For zoning and general plan amendment changes, we mail notice to all property owners within 500 feet of the subject of that, and we do that typically at least 1 week prior to the hearing. So, I don't have an explanation as to why they only received it yesterday.
The explanation is because it's a week, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe too short,
Yeah.
frankly.
Yeah, I mean, we heard that in both the hearings today. I don't know whether we need to adopt an ordinance or an internal regulation, but, we should put these out far ahead of that. And I don't know what the complications are, but by the time someone opens their mail, it's too late. So maybe you can report back on what kind of internal guidelines we could put in place to make sure people have more time.
Yes, I'd be happy to do that.
For what it's worth, I think we need a parking study. I mean, we've heard some interesting stories today about State Highway 84 and about Santa Clara Avenue, and I just think maybe we need some sort of parking count study. I don't know if it's a traffic study, but maybe we can count cars. I don't know. I just think we need to look at that because it seems that's, I know, no one is entitled to the parking place right in front of their house, but you sort of have an expectation that you can park in your neighborhood.
Maybe I'll make the motion that was brought up by our county manager, and that is to take these issues and see how much you can put together by the 18th. Obviously, if you need more time, we can do that too, but if we can shoot for the 18th with as much information around the whole parking issue, the apartment parking issue, what was the other one? Oh, the
Halfway house?
halfway house. I couldn't think of the word. Halfway house. That would be helpful.
Yes.
All right, thank
That
you.
was that was in the
Mr.
form of a
Morrow.
motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Yeah. Aye.
Okay, that concludes that item. I believe we're now to, we're not having a county manager report, and so we can take any board member reports. We do have to go back in the closed session, though. Any board member reports? Supervisor Groom?
Oh, okay. I was just going to
adjourn in memory of Susie Lewis. Susie was, for a long time, she was actually ran our public safety dispatch before Jamie. And she retired from the San Mateo County in 1999, 35 years with public safety communication. And one of her daughters is Robin Fulcroft, who was Robert Fulcroft's wife. Having been in the Sheriff's Department a long time when Susie was the dispatcher, dispatchers are especially important to people in law enforcement. They make sure that you get home safely, so rest in peace, Susie. The other one was Beth Slimick. All of us, I think, know Tony Slimick, who's the president of Local 2400. And I knew that his wife had been ill with breast cancer for a number of years, and she recently passed away. Really sad about that. Tony's kept in contact with all of us in spite of all the travails he had with his own family. So adjourn the memory of Beth Slimick. And the last one is Cal Fire. As you all know, there was a recent plane crash from one of the Cal Fire's air tankers. Crashed near Yosemite National Park, and it was air tanker number 81. It was based out of Hollister Air Attack Base and had been fighting the Dog Rock Fire near El Portal when the officials lost contact with it late in the afternoon. In any case, the governor, Edmund G. Brown, issued a statement saying regarding the death of the pilot was Jeff Craig Hunt. Basically said, Ann and I were deeply saddened to learn the death of Craig Hunt, who bravely fought fires throughout the state. Our deepest condolences go to his family and his friends and colleagues. He was 62 years of age, San Jose resident, and he was a veteran pilot, flew for a number of years for CAL FIRE.
Thank you.
That ends my report.
I would like to.
I'm sorry. One other thing is that actually Supervisor Groom and I are actually hosting a reception for the Coastal Commission on November the 12th at the Half Moon Bay Yacht Club. Sorry.
I would like to remind everybody, including all of us here, that tonight is the annual Commission on Disabilities Art Showcase out in our atrium and lobby. And there'll be some refreshments and some beverages and lots of wonderful art to look at. And maybe you'd all like to buy one or two. Thank you.
I have no report today.
I just have a couple announcements. Tuesday, October 28th is Seniors on the Move at the Event Center from 9 to 3. So if you have not gotten your registration back in, feel free to do so. We're getting, I heard we have about 200 or 300 on the wait list that we are going to let in, and it's going to be quite the event. Also, we have 4 more Age Well, Drive Smart seminars coming up. Tuesday, December 2nd in Daly City, Friday, January 23rd in Belmont, Wednesday, February 11th in Half Moon Bay, and Wednesday, March 4th in Redwood City. And one last thing, we've started our restaurant placarding meetings. So we're going out to the community to talk to them about the placards that we're looking to bring back to the board, where we're talking to the restaurateurs about the reason for this being the safety, food handling safety, and also for the consumer to know when they go to a particular restaurant, if they see the green, it's a good sign. If they see yellow, it's questionable, and if they see red, it's probably closed. But it's something that someone can see immediately, and lets people know that there's the food safety at that particular restaurant is good or not. So anyway, we're going to all the different communities. I'll just give you a couple of them. Yesterday we were in San Bruno. Tomorrow we're going to be in Daly City at 3 o'clock at Gellert Park Clubhouse. Monday in Redwood City at the County Government Center here at 9:30 a.m. And on October 29th in Half Moon Bay at the Sheriff's Substation at 3 p.m. And we'll list these. There's quite a few more. We're trying to get to all the different communities. But we will make sure they're on the website. I believe they are. But just, and Heather Forshafe, our new Environmental Health Director, is making most of the presentation. Thank you.
No report. No report. We are going to adjourn into closed session at this time.
Yep.
Mr. Byers, if you could report out for us, please.
Yes, thank you, President Pine. The board met in closed session to consider the various items identified on the agenda, but no reportable action was taken today.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. We are adjourned.